I have two. This one's high quality, that one's streaming. What?
Mine's different than last
Yeah, I automatically upload at the end of the week.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Worcester City Council meeting. If you can, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the Star Spangled Banner.
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, sing that you see, wild dogs early light, what so proudly we have, those wonders and steaming, whose rush on his heaven bright stars. Now the stars on the we watch the sun and the deep streaming and the is on the sea. Oh, sing the song single, then for the land and the home.
Do a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also want to say for the record that this meeting is also being video and audio recorded. Councilor Bergman?
Here.
Councilor Calorio?
Here.
Councilor Agia?
Here.
Councilor King?
Here.
Councilor Merle Carlson?
Here.
Councilor Deanne?
Here.
Councilor Ada?
Here.
Councilor Pasillo?
Here.
Councilor Russell?
Here.
Councilor Toomey?
Here.
Mayor Petty?
Here. Okay. We have approval of the minutes of June 18th, 2024. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merle Carlson? Councilor Deanne?
Yes.
Councilor Ada?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Just one announcement, we have one item that's going to be held under the privilege. That's 9 9.15A by Councilman Nguyen, which is dealing with the constables. Public participation, a person may speak for no more than 2 minutes on any item appearing on the agenda. State your name, city of residence, and item number.
Yes, Fred Nathan. So I'm going to make it quick. I've got about 10 items here. So 8DD and 8EE, yes. 9.14 A and B, again, yes. That was easy. 9.12 A and B. Wow. No, yes. Oh, yeah. Yep. 10A and 10B. So I don't know if they have an office of new Americans and how that goes. It says refugees, but just so we're clear, are they legal refugees or are they illegals? That's doesn't clarify. So if it's illegals, I don't really know what the city can do for illegals. I mean, I don't know if everyone here knows their history, but when Jews were being prosecuted by the Nazis, this country turned away a lot of people who were fleeing, being killed to come to this country. It is not a right to come to this country, it is a privilege. So, just so we're clear.
Anybody else like to speak? Is your name, city of residence, and item number?
Grace Ross, 10 Oxford Street, Worcester, 9.15A, I guess it is. But we wanted to give a quick update. As you know, we had revealed that the constable who's been harassing 14 times since we had figured out he was operating probably illegally in Fitchburg. The way that he got away with it was that his bond was not co-signed and was not legal. And we believe that a city manager taking responsibility by having to sign off on something is not just a theoretical thing. It got away in Fitchburg because they were with an interim mayor at the time who did not take this stuff seriously. So we don't think that's a good idea. The issue about changing the constable licensing from 1 to 3 years probably isn't meaningful because the city, I think, has been doing it according to statute every 3 years anyway. But I just found a letter that we had sent to City Manager Augustus in 2017 based on some very outrageous behavior by a Worcester constable. We need a means to complain, to have these licenses reviewed and revoked if necessary, whether it's 1 year or 3 years. That's not what matters. What matters is if we catch them doing something illegal, we need a way to act on it. We just got the license for Constable Santana, and it includes a letter from City Manager Augustus saying outright that he can't use his license outside of Worcester. So Worcester knew. City Manager, Law Department, Chief of Police knew they cannot be using their licenses in another city. And more importantly, he was told, and this is after the Police Reform Act, that he couldn't use police powers in the city, which means he knows it's in the letter that he can't be physically restraining somebody to evict them or carrying out a bench warrant. And that's critically important. The city has known since that license renewal on January 10th of 2022 that none of these constables who don't have training can be using their police powers. So the city has known, and we've got to have a way to enforce.
Thank you.
I'm Gordon Davis. I live in Worcester, and I'm going to talk about 18H. 18H is the tabling of the investigation of systemic racism. Now, according to Rule 29, 18H cannot be tabled because it was held under privilege. According to Rule 29, 18H must be heard at the next regular city council meeting. It was never heard over months. I've been complaining that it was never heard, and it should be heard and voted upon by the entire city council. Also, number 2, I wrote a petition for this meeting, and the petition was not allowed by the city solicitor. The city solicitor said that it was a traditional tabling, but it was not. It was tabled under privilege, which means that Rule 29 comes into effect. And I asked the city council to allow me to write why that rule has come into effect, is in effect now, and the council is now in violation of Rule 29 in regards to 18H. The other issue is that we asked the city council to seek the opinion of the city clerk. Now, the city clerk knows what's going on because he wrote in 18H that it was held under privilege. Now, the city solicitor disagreed. He said it was held under traditional tabling, but that's untrue. And the city solicitor has also given his opinion. I'm asking the city council to seek the opinion of the city clerk, who has not yet given an opinion as to this issue and as to how it relates to Rule 29.
Thank you. Can you wrap up your comments, please?
I'll wrap it right up. I think it's time that this council stop embarrassing itself by denying civil rights through legal means, and that especially when they have a city solicitor who doesn't seem to know what he's doing.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Please your names to your residence.
Idella Hazard, City of Worcester, 18H. If something is going to be held under privilege,
What's that?
it's going to be held.
Yeah, 9.15A, correct.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry, Mr.
9.15A is being held under privilege. Go ahead with your statement.
Okay, if it's going to be held under privilege, it should be done so. The same as anything else. I sat here, meeting after meeting, listening to something being tabled and saying, Mr. Mayor, I want to hold that under privilege. And it has been. Now, this is systematically, it makes you look bad. Of course it should be held under privilege. It just seems to just say that it makes it, I don't even want to say the words, it looks bad. We know if something's supposed to be held under privilege, it's supposed to be held under privilege across the board, for everything, for every item that comes before the council. This is a very important matter to everybody that lives in the city, not just certain groups, but to all groups. And I agree with him. It makes this council look bad. You have to be hypervigilant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please bear with me, I've never done this before.
Go ahead. What's your
My
name?
name is Earl Turner.
What's the resident?
I'm kind of questioning 19B, C, D, E, and F about the residential inspections. Is there some way that the city can mail all the landlords in the city the information on this? Because When I called the code department, I was told that I have to let the city in the apartments. I personally believe that the police need a warrant, so should the city need a warrant. My tenants believe that so also. I look at it as another way for the city to generate income. How much does the city expect the little guy to bear? You're building all kinds of properties in this city for, you say, low income. $2,300 a month is not low income. I have two tenants that work for the city. They can barely afford to pay the measly $600 a month that I charge them. Every one of my properties is, I get 1/3 of what the rent the city is saying is low income. Well, some of them even less than that. I just, when does it stop? My taxes have doubled, my water and sewer have doubled, the open space tax, when does it stop? I'm actually at the point of saying, the hell with this, and selling my property just because I can't afford to own them anymore. But what I'm looking for, honestly, is clarification on what these rules and laws actually are. And I've gotten this. The lady said to me, well, we want to do this because we want to know who owns the property. You know who owns the property. You send me the bill every 3 months. So you know who owns the property. It's not like, that's wait. I'm not a very good speaker, Joe.
You're doing a very good job.
And I just want to know, when does it stop for the little guy? Because, again, I own 5 pieces of property in this city. I'm paying, between water and sewer, $22,000 a year. I make $60,000 a year income. Add everything up, there ain't much left over for me. I'm like I said, I'm thinking, I'm getting all these offers from these out-of-state people. And I'm like, hey, you know what, this is starting to look really good. I'm 65 years old, this is starting to look really good.
Thank you. What's your name, your residence?
John Edward Keogh. I am a resident of Worcester. I'm here to speak on behalf of 12C. It looks like that you're going to adopt it on a roll call. That's good. But I would recommend that all the city councilors get to know who Dan Gaskin was. Dan Gaskin was the co-founder of the Worcester Caribbean Festival, but Dan wasn't just that. He was also a pretty heroic dude, and he lived just recently. I think it's an opportunity for the city to teach our youth about someone who really worked really hard for peace that wasn't an official person, right? He was just a guy from the neighborhood who really tried hard. So vote for 12C and learn about him. And if you don't know him, that's because you're not interacting with the communities that you should be. You should be interacting with every community. So if you don't know that man's name, learn it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
David Webb, City of Worcester. Regarding 915A, changing constables from 1 year instatements that require city manager approval to 3 years without needing his approval. I think it's important that the people acting with any authority of law, especially around the situations Chief Saucier has told us his hands are tied, are properly vetted. And it's interesting that while so many things in the city are difficult, what you're prioritizing streamlining is the ability to evict people. Constables serve papers, but they're also the face of evictions, something the city has heard, something this council has heard and discussed multiple times. This is a continuation of a concerning trend from our city management of streamlining accountability avoidant practices. Signatures are something there are many different software options for, and is not a complication to digitizing processes. The reason to remove the signature is to remove accountability, not time or efficiency. 10M, the newest proposition to address Worcester's trash crisis. Monthly street sweeper and leaf blower cleanup. It seems we repurposed the quality of life to no longer hunt the unhoused, and now they're city manager's clean team doing neighborhood cleanups. We've got business improvement districts keeping downtown nice, the Chamber of Commerce Green Corps keeping individual things nice. We've got expensive yellow bags that break, $2,000 fines to criminalize homelessness, local businesses offering weekly bin pickups, shout out to Cruise Contracting, local artists repurposing it. There was a recent Telegram article. Why do we have city councilors asking the city to use leaf blowers to pick up litter? Can't we just get trash bins? Yes on 12C, honorary street naming after Daniel Gaskin. Yes to 10P and 10Q. Yes on 10C. No to 10S. There are some statues in Worcester we should be ashamed of and try to hide. That isn't one of them. Neither is the museum. No on 10Z. Let's not give Creative 508 the need committee fear-mongering treatment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe the rules allow me to address the statements made in the direction of certain counselors. The reference to 10S and the item regarding Major Taylor, there's nothing in the order that's asking anybody to hide anything. That's what was just stated. I'm sorry on social media. I see it here tonight being said. I just want to make sure the characterization of what my order is correct. Unless you can't read English, it clearly does not say anything about hiding any monuments.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak tonight?
Good evening. My name is Nina Jensen, and I'm a resident of Germain Street. I'll be the first of four of us who are attending tonight from Germain Street, and we'll be commenting on the city's plans for our street sidewalks. I'm here to express my support for motion 10-0 by Councillor Bergman pertaining to the preservation of historic and iconic red brick used for the sidewalks. Almost a year ago, in August of 2023, a large number of Germain Street residents attended the City Council meeting to request the preservation of historic red brick sidewalks. Over time, a large number of City Council members have supported a preservation effort by stating their support in City Council meetings, by meeting with residents, by coming to Germain Street, and by placing phone calls to us and on our behalf to city departments. This includes Councillor Bergman, King, Pasillo, Gloria, Toomey, and Russell, and we deeply appreciate your support. Furthermore, at a recent community meeting, the city manager stated that the city plans to make a, quote, major investment, unquote, in Germain Street. Thus, we find the two options that we recently received from the Department of Public Works and Parks for how to handle Germain Street red bricks, and I almost never use this word, but we find it objectionable. Option 1 includes no bricks whatsoever, it's just all concrete. And option 2 shows a thin strip of bricks, and then it speaks of potentially using stamped concrete instead of bricks. So we are deeply opposed to stamped concrete in case of red bricks. Instead, we propose that the city consider making red brick sidewalks the main or sole sidewalk design for the street. Red bricks last. The ones in front of our house have been there for over a century, and they're beautiful. If the city is really going to make a major investment in Germain Street, where there are so many historic Worcester houses, please do so in a way that preserves or enhances the beauty of the street. Red bricks will best serve that goal. As always, I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, city residents?
Yes, good evening, councilors. Mayor Petty, my name is Al Trakamus. I live at 18 Germain Street. I'm here in support of 10-0 as well. As Lenny said, we have been provided two concept photos, and as she said, neither one of them contain any brick. It's all concrete or stamped concrete, and that's not what we don't feel that that's suitable for our street. Also, no mention is made of the differing sidewalk areas on our street. On the even number side, the distance from the back of the sidewalk to the curb is 9.5 feet. On the opposite side, it's 7 feet. Good distances, but they definitely require two different treatments. I have more comments, however, I understand that thanks to the effort of Councilor Pacillo, we're going to be having a meeting with Commissioner Rawl. Excuse me? I thought, okay. Commissioner Rawl on Germain Street this Thursday at 4 to discuss his thoughts and ours. And lastly, we have asked this question before, but we would like to know the timetable for this work and respectfully request that the council help us to find out when or if the work has been scheduled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Katie Silverstein, Germain Street.
Just to build off what my neighbors have already said, we just have a few specific additional questions that weren't addressed in the two plans that we received. We have heard that the trees will be preserved. We know there's no way you can keep all those trees. They're jutting out into the street. The roots are huge. So we just want to know which ones will be removed and what they will be replaced with. We're also curious, what is the plan for some of the driveway exits? We have a few very unique driveway exits, including one that was put in with materials purchased directly from the city and installed with city supervision. It's unique and very special to the homeowner. Is that just going to get trashed, or is there a way to put it back in with the reconstruction? Third, with the designs, it's very ambiguous as to what materials will actually be used, so we want to ask, before this goes out for bid, is it going to be specific as to what materials, specifically bricks, will be utilized in the design, and not leave it to the contractor when that time comes? And included in that is the preservation of those hitching posts and the granite curbs. Is that going to be in writing, or is that going to potentially get lost between this room and the actual project? The two designs that we received, as Lena said, they were objectionable. I mostly found them a little disappointing after all the effort we had put in and expressing that this was a unique situation that needed a unique solution, and we got back to very generic design plans that didn't seem to take any of that into consideration. So I think this is starting to feel less about bricks and more about what is the city's commitment to this historic preservation, what's the city's commitment to preserving the unique character of neighborhoods and not just our own, and what is the significance of the opinion of the city council? Does it matter outside of this room? Because it seems like there's a kind of a disconnect between that and these plans. We are, however, very much looking forward to meeting with Commissioner Raleigh this Thursday. I'm very happy he's coming down, and hopefully what's been said here will translate into a really constructive and creative solution. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paris Jensen. I live at Germain Street. I'm here in support of 10-0. I've lived on Germain Street all my life, and I've always loved the red brick on our street. When I was in elementary school, we had asphalt in front of our house. It was in such bad shape after successive Worcester winters that pieces had started to come off. And one day when I was walking home from school, I saw that there was red brick underneath it. There was a whole second sidewalk, over 100 years old. Even at 11 years old, I thought, wow, this is something special. I spent a month or so removing the asphalt. At first, I was taking pieces off with my fingers. After a bit of this, our neighbors lent me a crowbar and a pickaxe. Sometimes friends from the neighborhood would come by and help for an afternoon. The result was that we uncovered the whole historic brick sidewalk. It was like finding a time capsule from when the neighborhood was first built. It had hardly moved or changed, just remained as this unique testament to a particular time and place, and now a unique feature of the place I call home, which I and my neighbors are proud of. A few months ago, 5 or 6 families on our street got together to help out a new neighbor. Her sidewalk was coming off in pieces, so we had an asphalt removal party. Now she has a beautiful red brick sidewalk in front of her house. It was a reminder to me of what makes our street special. It's the street itself which is historic and irreplaceable. It's also the investment of the people who live here in preserving it and making it better together. For a decade, we've enjoyed the red brick in front of our house. Same for other neighbors who have restored the old sidewalk. I think it would be a terrible waste to just rip up the old brick and pour cement as in the plans that we've seen. It would erase our shared history. All we're asking for is to keep the beautiful red brick that has been a feature of our street for 100 years, which we've worked hard to preserve and maintain. If the city of Worcester is willing to invest in and help preserve its history, then those red bricks will still be there, looking just as beautiful 100 years from now, for our grandchildren to enjoy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. What's your name, city residence, and item number?
Good evening. My name is Ruth Rodriguez, retired teacher from the Worcester Public School. I just want to appeal to you, and I know you've heard me so much about the racial disparity. We've been seeing, protecting families that have been illegally evicted. And let me just tell you, the majority are all Black and Latino. I am asking this council, let's have a conversation in the city about the racial disparity. Because think about this, and I Google, you can find it. The majority of the undocumented immigrants in the United States come from Canada and Europe, not Mexico or Africa, but our Black and Latino are the ones who are being treated with some inhumanity. And I just share with you how I know that this happened. While I was doing my master at BU, I was in a program that we had to work with the community. It was a year that Boston passed a law that families enrolling their children in the public school had to show proof of citizenship, which is illegal. But that year, I took a family that had just come from Puerto Rico. While we're in line waiting for a turn, none of the white family were asked. And we knew that some of them were not citizens. When it came my turn, she was very adamant. And I said, oh, so you didn't ask any of the white family, but you asked this family that came from Puerto Rico, who are U.S. citizens before they left the island. I am just pleading with you. We need to have a conversation about the racial disparity that is happening in the city.
Thank you. Name, city residence, and item number.
Jennifer Gaskin, Worcester, Mass. I want to speak on a couple of items. As far as 10S, I think Councilor Bergman may have misunderstood. I think what we are trying to say is that we don't want it moved to an obscure location. It's in a prominent location where people can see it. It's a person of color that represents us in our community, and we want to make sure that it remains in a prominent position. That was the point. People can read English. I actually graduated with the English honors from college, so I can read very well. 19J, I want to support what Councilor King is saying here. I have been threatened publicly because of my work in the community. Many of the councilors have been threatened publicly, and with the behavior that we have seen over the past couple of days, with the incident that occurred over the weekend, and just the social climate of violence and etc., I think it is very important that the councilors feel protected in their community here, not only here in City Hall, but in their communities as well, because their information is public. And if somebody wanted to do something to them, it would be very easy. So I think it's very important that there is a conversation and that there is protection for people who are serving publicly and doing the work of the community. And then on 12C, my petition, I would like to thank Councilor King, Councilor Pasillo, as well as Councilor Russell for your support on my petition. And I'm not going to belabor the point because I've already told you guys who my husband is, but what I will do is agree with what John came up here and said. If you do not know who he was, that means you're not engaging with your community. You need to engage with your community as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vanessa. I am a resident of Worcester for 11 years now. I am I'm in person. I'm here in support of 12C. As an immigrant, I take home with me. I could never be alone. As an immigrant, I'm always home. I know my heart is not a house, but I call it home. I can pack my identity in an hour because where there's roots, there's power. As an immigrant, I take home with me. I could never be alone. This is what being a resident of Worcester has meant to me. Born and raised in the Dominican Republic. When I first moved here 11 years ago, and I saw the Worcester Caribbean Carnival, I felt like I was home. Then I got in touch with Jen Gaskin and the late Daniel Gaskin, and they showed me the way, the rope on how to form my own organization. So from that carnival, I founded my own nonprofit cultural organization. And if you look at the two giant marionettes on the second floor, that was my organization. That was a project that we did with the community, with Hector Reyes House, with Tecnocopia, with a lot of you here in support of the diversity that is Worcester. Representation really matters. When you look around you and you connect and you are engaging the community. And we all should want an engaged community because communities prosper. So I truly hope as an immigrant, as an active member of the community, that you vote in support of 12C. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, seeing nobody else, we'll go to Bruce. What's your name, city residence, and item number?
Bruce Hoffner, I'm a resident of New Hampshire. My family owns some property here in Worcester. So I'd like to address Mo Bergman and his four-way stop sign on Clark Street in St. Nick. I take that St. Nick on the way home just about every time I travel that way. Numerous times I've almost got clipped. You have to look both ways, stop, look again, and then start to pull out and hope that you don't get clipped, and then stop and look again. So something needs to be done. It's just not a safe street. And also, I'd like to address Jenny Pacillo, or Pacillo? Okay, Jenny. So I'd like to address that 538 Lincoln Street. Lincoln Street is pretty dark right there by McDonald's. You have two bus stops. People go into McDonald's, buy food and so forth, and they go running across the street. There's no flashing lights or crosswalk or anything. Somebody got killed a couple of years ago trying to cross right there. And I think it was around 5, 6 o'clock at night in the wintertime. So it was quite dark. So I'd like to address that, and also as Stop and Shop. We all know Stop and Shop is closing at Lincoln Plaza, which is going to create a hardship for minority families that don't have cars. I mean, seriously, what did you think was going to happen when you keep saying the police, bad? There's no police protection in that area, regardless of what you say. It's just they're non-existent. The guy from AutoZone said to me, well, the city of Worcester is like the mafia. I said, what? He said, yeah, the city of Worcester is like mafia. You got to pay for protection. He said, there's no police around here. He says, people come in, they steal, and they leave. Stop and Shop, I found a shopping carriage, and I watched my camera the night before, and it was full to the brim with stolen goods. I found it in my yard on Lincoln Street. And I'm saying to myself, what in the world? So I watched the camera, it was full to the brim with meat, batteries, little, unbelievable amount of things. So I watched it, I kept rolling it back. Cars after cars came up and met this guy and bought stuff. So it's no wonder that Stop and Shop's going out of business. And Dick's went out of business because of all the theft. And Target, when they say that they have almost $1 million shortcoming every year from shrinkage, and Lowe's has the shrinkage they have. It's just unbelievable. There's no police there. You got to do something.
Okay, can you wrap up your comments?
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Go to online, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first speaker to identify is Chris Warden. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Yes, hello, can you see and hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Chris.
I'm calling in reference to 915A, and I'm opposed to the proposed amendment to the city ordinance. The evictions are a really serious matter. You're evicting a family from their home, especially if you're evicting a family that's been in their home for a very long time, or you're evicting a homeowner, and there's a whole collection of laws and regulations in the state, at the state level, which govern the details of who can do this and how they do it, and they're there for the protection of the people and the protection of the public interest and preventing what, for many people, if it is a wrongful eviction, is an irrecoverable harm. And we in the city should take that seriously. We should have a serious discussion about designing the city laws and ordinances which govern who can do these evictions, under what authority, under what conditions, and to make sure that this is done right and professionally in a way that it doesn't deprive people of their rights and rip people unexpectedly, violently from their homes when they're not, when they still have a process going. So I would, just on the grounds of not doing anything hasty without looking at the whole picture, I would oppose that proposal.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Jillian Phillips. I'm going to try and mute the resident now.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Hi, my name is Jillian Phillips. I work in Worcester at the Office of New Americans at Friendly House. And I'm here today to be available to speak on number 10A and B relative to discussing the Office of New Americans and the work that we've been doing. My job is an integral job here in the city, supporting our new arrivals, our refugees, our immigrants who are arriving, to ensure that they have everything that they need to be successful and thrive in our community. And I'm also available to the providers in the city to ensure that they have the resources and supports that they need to be able to do their jobs. So we're very excited about this office. It's been in place since last October, and we've been able to help roughly 1,500 individuals in the city of Worcester who are either refugees, immigrants, or new arrivals. And we're hopeful to continue that work, and we believe that the proposals under 10A and B will help us to do that. Thank you so much.
Mayor, that concludes online public participation.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think we also have Rob Bellotta, who's just popped up. I think he's
Was he on there? Oh, okay, Rob has a petition on. Let me just read it now.
So Rob, can you hear us?
Yes, I am here. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Robert Bellotta, City of Worcester, District 2. I have submitted a petition item 8GG. I submitted this petition in hopes of proactively improving pedestrian safety in District 2. There's, we saw this the most recent tragedy on Belmont, and there have been a lot of pedestrian accidents in District 2. I know that, so I was hoping that, or thinking that it's going to be a great opportunity to improve pedestrian safety. The city's mobility action plan has recommendations to implement interim pop-up safety projects. It would be great to see something like this happen in areas that have, increased pedestrian activity, especially in the summertime. I know Lake Ave is slated for a project through the Complete Streets program, but that plan is a few years away. It's equally important to prioritize short-term projects that can quickly improve pedestrian safety. I think we could try and get more creative and move faster in that way. I know DTM does a really great job. I also wanted to support item 10X to try and keep the Lincoln Street Stop and Shop open. Food insecurity is really real. It's very real. Doing community food assessments as part of a report that between 11 and 38% of Worcester residents are fighting food insecurity. It's not just about being able to afford food, but having access to food in your neighborhood. So I think that's really important. And also, I just really want to support item 10O. I think this is a really great order to continue to replace iconic, antique, and inaccessible sidewalks. This is a really great use of our taxpayers' money. So I want to support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two more, and we'll close off after that.
Mr. Mayor, I've got Mady Morales. I'm trying to mute the resident now.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. I am here, I'm a Miami Morales city resident of Worcester, and I'm here in support of 10A and 10B. As you just heard, Jillian Phillips, who is our coordinator of New Americans. We have been doing some really great work in community, including the city manager and the mayor have been very supportive of the work that's being done, and I think it's important for the council to hear the work that's being done and for the city manager to get a report on that, to let you all know. I also want to clarify that all of the refugees and new Americans that are coming into the city and into the states are not illegal. The fact that we call them refugees means that they've been vetted and by the USCIS, and so they're here legally. And all of the new Americans that have been coming in also. Community came together this week and helped over 130 folks to apply for work permits and TPS, and because they want to give back to our community. So I think it'd be great for all of you to hear from them and from Jillian, who's out there, trooper, doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we have one more speaker, Joe Garcia. I'm trying to mute the resident now.
Hi, my name's Joe Karsha. I'm a North Lincoln Street resident, and I'm just calling to support all the items having to do with North Lincoln Street, especially the Stop and Shop item. I can tell you as someone who's lived here a very long time, someone who has worked in that plaza for 12 years, and someone who works with the community currently, that this closure is going to cause a pretty big hole in the neighborhood, and it's going to need filling immediately. We need to either keep this store open or replace it with a similar-sized supermarket. I think anyone that shops there exclusively will tell you that Target and Aldi is inadequate in terms of meeting the needs for the neighborhood, especially if you consider the 400 additional housing units that are going to be coming into the neighborhood. So we need to figure this out. Kate Toomey said that she's willing to bet that this is related to shoplifting. I'm going to ask the council, why don't you do an exit interview to all these businesses who have left Lincoln Plaza over the last few years, and let's really try to figure out what's going on and what is behind their decisions to pack their bags and go to other neighborhoods while this one's left high and dry. I think we need to figure this out. We need to ask Eric Batista to fix this mess before it gets any bigger, because at this point we have a food desert looming over a low-income neighborhood. So let's work on this and figure it out. And I want to thank Jenny. I think you're doing a great job, so thank you.
Okay. Sir, you're the last speaker if you want to come up.
My name's Dave Ford. I live on Tyson Road, and I'm here because we're going to be approved tonight for a one-way. This street, we were told when it was made public, it was going to be this, that, and the other thing, and it didn't come out anywhere near what it was supposed to be. It was an engineering disaster, and we've been here time after time, and we finally, with Donna and Steve, have got this to the point where it's going to be made one way, because this street is taking care of West Boylston Industrial Park, and this street it's just a mess with traffic, marijuana, beer cans out the window, liquid lunches, and we finally got people to listen, and it's almost 100% that the people on the street wanted it one way, and the city is stepping up to the plate and hearing the people of Worcester, and we thank you, the people of Tyson Road.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go, the first is, a motion is to open the hearings regarding the 7A and 7E. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council G.I.?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, 7A is a conduit location on 37 Blackstone River Road in Whipple Street. B is a condo location on Glenny Street and Gold Star Boulevard. C is jointly owned pole on Upland Street. And D is regards to a pole location at Belmore Street. And E is National Grid for condo location on Plantation Street. Anybody opposed to any of those items? Seeing nobody opposed, motion is to close the hearing and to adopt. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council G.I.?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, 8A and 8B, we're going to refer to the planning board. 8C, we're going to refer to the Department of Public Works and Parks. 8D and E, refer to the Public Works Committee. 8F and 8AA, refer to Traffic and Parking. And 8B and 8BB and 8CC, we're going to set a hearing for August 27th, 2024. We can take those collectively on a roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council G.I.?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yeah.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? Mayor Petty.
Yes. 8D, Natalie Gibson requested council request city manager of construction site owner developers and other designated on-site supervisors to provide either the city's inspectional services department or the district city council with a timeline relative to their project to be shared with the abutting residents. And double E, Natalie Gibson requested the city council request city manager work with the construction site owner developers to post signage at the construction site detailing contact information such as business number, email, or website that could be used to make inquiries, report issues, or see the timeline for a report. Double F, request the city Natalie Gibson requests the city council request city manager consider the following changes to the DPW waste operations: extension of working days and hours at Millbury Street location, utilization of Worcester 311 or another format for secure online submission of requests, proof of residency and necessary payments, as well as scheduling a pickup exchange day and provisions of the pickup exchange service, requested recycling bin at the Clark Street and Chilling Street yard waste drop-off sites if they are staffed. And double G, Rob Bellata requests the city council, requests the city manager, requests the commissioner of transportation mobility, explore the feasibility of an interim safety project, including pedestrian lighting to improve pedestrian safety during the summer months at the intersections of Belmont and Stanton Street, Lake Ave and Bigelow Davis Parkway, Lake Ave and Anna Street and Shrewsbury Street and Fantasia Drive. So you take those collectively and send them to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council G.I.?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? Mayor Petty.
Yes. 9.1A.
Mr. Chairman, is there a way we can take 12C out of order, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, 12, C. Oh, we can take B. I was going to take B. The guy just said something.
Yeah, we got some young people here.
Yeah, sure. Hang on for 1 sec. So we'll take 12C first. Then we have 12A and 16A and W. People have asked to take out of order. So let's go to 12C. Report of the Public Works Committee upon the petition of Jennifer Gaskin. Request honorary street name designation on Salisbury Street from West Street to Boynton Street for Daniel Gaskin, who was co-founder of the Worcester Caribbean American Carnival Association. Recommend adoption of the company order. So we can take that on the roll call. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to first thank the committee, George Russell and the folks on that committee for moving this out. And wanted to just comment on a couple of things as relates to
Daniel Gaskins and the family, and also the Caribbean event that's been occurring. I've attended every single one of those, I believe, except maybe one over the years. And, the association is important. It brings the community together. It brings the diaspora together. Um, and, I come from a family that comes from the island of Bermuda, Mr. Chairman. And feeling at home and seeing faces and traditions and signs lifts up um, the island community, along with the greater community at large, Mr. Chairman. In regards to Mr. Gaskins, who's no longer with us, we can see that the family's here. This is a family legacy. They have young members of the family that are here today, and to lift up this gentleman who passed away is extremely important. We were able to hear from Vanessa earlier how one organization influenced another organization. My wife happens to be Puerto Rican, who's also from the Caribbean islands, her family. And, I really look forward to moving this forward as soon as we can. I know that the parade, the festivities are at the end of August. I don't know if it's something that we can do by then. There's a lot of work that has to go into this moving forward. But I'm just hoping that this is on the city manager's priority list, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that we have a unanimous vote here as we move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take this on a roll call. Prior to doing so, Councilor Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I actually want to just speak to this as understanding what the festival means. And I think it's important for people in the city to understand what the festival means to not just the family, but I think what it brings to other families, and for us to understand the culture it brings. And I myself, obviously, in Puerto Rican and Dominican, my wife is from the Caribbean islands as well. She's from St. Thomas, so from the Virgin Islands, has a Lottie family there. And sorry, I'm just a little choked up because I understand what this means to the family. I understand what it means to you, because it means a lot to us as well. So, I agree with Councilor King. This is something that we should definitely move forward with. It's a great time. It's a great opportunity to, if you don't understand the culture or have a little bit of understanding, it's a great time to understand the joys of the food, the music, and what the dance and the attire, which is very beautiful, and it's very glamorous, and definitely if you're interested, she's right here. Reach out to her and take part in it, because it's a great thing that we don't get to see often. I have to go to another country to be able to experience it. Juve is a beautiful thing as well, which is the night before, and it starts at like 4 a.m. and it goes all the way till the next day, until your body can't take no more and you go home, rest, and get back up and party again. So it's a great time, and this is, to me, this would be an honor to the family, but also, for the city to, I don't want to use the word step up, but the city to recognize what this really means to not just the family, but what it can mean to the city as well. So thank you.
Well said, Councilor Ojeda, and I do agree. I enjoyed the festival and the history of that, and so look forward to voting for this. So we will do a roll call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, should we reconsider just so that it move it along, so there won't be
Sure.
a delay
It's a
on
month.
the signs up?
So motions to reconsider. Roll call.
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor Agia?
No.
Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Carlson?
No.
Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Ojeda?
No.
Councilor Pasillo?
No.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No. Report of the Committee on Public Works upon that. This is on 12A. Report of the Committee on Public Works upon the communication of the city manager, recommend adoption of the fiscal year 25 water and sewer rate, recommend passage of the two accompanying proposed ordinances, Take those collectively on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bregman.
Yes.
Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Agia.
Yes.
Council King.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order. Did this already go to committee?
Yes, it's coming back.
Okay.
It's recommended
All right,
by the
yes.
committee.
Councilmember Carlson. Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. So we just, on the, in here, 16, I'm gonna just do them all. 16 is the ordaining the roll call. This is usual course of business. 16A to 16W. Ordaining the roll call, roll call.
Council Bregman. Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Agia.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson. Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell. Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Chair, reconsideration on that.
Okay, so motion for reconsideration. On those items we just voted, motion for reconsideration. Roll call.
Council Bregman.
No.
Council Calorio.
No.
Council Agia.
No.
Council King.
No.
Councilmember Carlson. Council Nguyen.
No.
Council Ojeda. Council Pasillo.
No.
Council Russell.
No.
Council Toomey.
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No. Okay. City council appointments, non-city council confirmation, transfer information communication of the appointment of Michael Parado, the Board of Health, and place on file.
Mr. Chairman.
Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just have a question, and I know this is a municipal operations matter, but I know when I was on that committee, we had done some work with the folks that kind of vet some of this. So I just want to ask the Chair to the administration, what is the process for vetting these sorts of appointments, Mr. Chairman? I did do some research. I do know who Mr. Parado is, and he was a former city councilor. I also know that, at one point many years ago, he was attempting to prevent CDBG funding to go towards community groups that were not in alignment with an anti-needle exchange approach from the city. And I'm quite sure that I'm hopeful that's no longer we having that sort of narrow view on the board. But just want to understand what the vetting process is for these particular positions. The Board of Health, I'm not sure who it's replacing, but I know that the Board of Health requires an expertise as relates to matters that come before it. So just through the chair to the administration, I'd like to know what that vetting process is, and whether or not the manager feels there needs to be some improvement overall there, or some changes that perhaps we could take a look at as a council through the chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the council. The process in which boards and commissions happen, people apply. They are an interview process through the CDAC. Actually, not the CDAC, the TAC, the Community Advisory Group that interviews everyone. Once they get recommended, from there they get recommended to the actual committee, who then meets the liaisons of that committee and the individual that oversees boards and commissions on behalf of the administration. They meet with them, they interview them, they review their resumes, they ask a lot of questions to get to know the candidate. And then based on that vetting, they discuss all the candidates. They look at also district representation, they look at BIPOC, they look at all different factors, and then they recommend that to me. I do a final interview and the candidates, and then I then make the recommendation back to the group. And so that's usually the process. There's a resume, there's an application, and then there's an interview that happens, probably about 2 to 3 interviews that happen before the individual is selected. But again, we're always trying to balance representation, but also at the same representation when it comes to people of color, but also understanding the representation when it comes to districts. In this particular board, we haven't had District 3 representation in quite a while. We've had an open seat there for some time now, and so this gives us an opportunity to bring somebody from District 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a motion that we get a report back on what those rules are. I know they're already stated. In addition to that, Mr. Chairman, a motion that we see how they do such vetting in other municipalities. Perhaps there's some room to grow here. Perhaps not. I'm quite sure that Mr. Parado is a good individual who went through the vetting process, I'm sure. I don't know whether or not the district council was involved, but would like to just make sure we are thorough, particularly with this particular board, Mr. Chairman. We know that they've made some recommendations as relates to safe injection sites. We're looking at things for the challenges in our community as it relates to opioids and addiction and homelessness. We want to make sure that we have a well-rounded board. I looked at those appointments and folks are coming on and when they're coming off and what their level of expertise is. And my understanding is that this is the city manager's purview, not under our purview. But what is under our purview is processes and charter. So I just want to make sure that we are taking a good look at this. This is an important board that used to be, as I understand it, used to report to the council or had some other different relationship with the council, and it was voted to be an entity that reported to the manager some years ago, Mr. Chairman. So I would like those motions to be honored if possible. And I support the motion to file. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take that. Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I for one want to get up and thank former Councilor Mike Parado for putting his name on into consideration for this board. Mr. Parado is someone that served on this council with distinction in the many years that he was a district councilor and a large councilor. Someone that I'm sure that if we look at every vote that he took, there's many of us, if we went around the room, there's probably plenty of votes that he took. And I'm sure if he looked at the votes that we take, there'd be many votes that many members of this council, including myself, have taken that sometimes we're not happy in hindsight looking at. But I think the district representation is important. I think it's great that someone like Mike Parado, who's got a background in insurance and medical insurance specifically, has a background working on the city, volunteering or almost volunteering as a member of the Elections Commission, someone who's really active in the community and who I'm very happy is willing to step up to the plate, and I want to thank him for that service.
Thank you, Council Russell. Well said, and he's a good person.
Mr. Chair,
Council Hijack?
just want to make sure that Councilor King's point is not missed here. I didn't hear Councilor King saying that former Councilor Peroto doesn't have the credential or hasn't volunteered or hasn't taken the right votes overall. I do share the concern in general that specifically the Board of Health should have additional vetting, particularly as we know the purview of their jurisdiction involves health issues. We have had discussions on the opioid deaths, on homelessness, on tobacco use. So I just urge the administration to support Councilor King's specific message, which is that if we're going to put people on the Board of Health, we need to make sure that they have appropriate expertise. And while I think that having a background in insurance is valuable, I would disagree that equates to having public health experience, which is something that we desperately need right now. That said, I will also support the motion to file.
Okay. Member Council?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I rise also to support Mr. Parado. And certainly Mr. Parado has credentials. And this is really something that is extremely new to this council, that all of a sudden there's new credentials for this committee. I think that we should stand back and look and see who's on that committee as of right now. And I just want to make it very clear that I stand in support of Mike Parado going on this board. He does have a long history in the healthcare industry. So I just needed to stand and say that Mike Parado is somebody who I think would be a good asset to the Board of Health. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll take Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also rise to support Mike Parado. Having served with him for many years, I know that he really delves into an issue and does his research and his homework. I know that he is incredibly committed to our city of Worcester and the quality of life for people. And I want to stand in support of him and know that he will be fair and equitable and make sure that everybody's health is taken seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think Council Russell said it best. So congratulations to Mike Parado for being on the Board of Public Health, and thank you for your service. It's much appreciated, and your continued service, your past service. So the motion is to place on file. Also, we have some orders. Take those collectively on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Recommend the appointment of Redon Pocha to the Cable Advisory Board. Confirm on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 9.3A, recommend the adoption of the proposed salary ordinance amendment to bring the ordinance in compliance with the changes enacted in the fiscal year 25 budget. Advertise the proposed ordinance. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. B, recommend the adoption of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5K, relative to the establishment of senior property tax work-off program. Let's adopt that on the roll call. Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, I think we're advertising, Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 9.4A, recommend adoption of resolution to designate two iconic avenue as a certified project under the Economic Development Incentive Program and approve the tax increment financing agreement. Listen that to economic development. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, recommend adoption of resolution to designate 204 Main Street as a certified project under the Housing Development Incentive Program and approve a tax increment exemption agreement.
Mr. Chair?
Councilor Haji.
I'd like to speak on it. Thank you. So let me just first say that I really appreciate Mr. Dunn for going above and beyond and negotiating 2 units, given that affordable units, one of whom it is an ADA unit, accessible unit for disabled folks, because this project is not subject to inclusionary zoning. The developers did a good job. They got it in exactly 5 days before we ordained the inclusionary zoning. However, when I look at the details of this project, I am just really I'm frustrated in general with HDIP, a state program that only subsidizes a rental market rate. And I want to make it clear, I do believe that we need all sorts of housing. However, I do not agree with the state's approach to subsidize luxury apartments. When you look at the details of the proposed initial monthly rent, and again, this is initial monthly, studio apartment, it's $1,963. A one-bedroom apartment is $2,228. Two-bedroom apartments, $2,758. Now, I feel good about the folks that are going to be able to afford those rents. That certainly does not represent the majority of my residents in District 5, and I'm pretty sure it does not represent the wealth and well-being of residents across the city who are struggling under astronomical rents. But when I look at the subsidy chart under the details, and I did some adding up, it sounds like these folks are getting $1 million, close to $1 million, $11 million in subsidies through state and federal projects, in addition to the tax breaks that we're giving them. So while I understand that this needs to go to economic development, I would like to make a motion for the Chief Economic Development Officer to go back to the negotiating table and ask these folks if we can add one more unit at 60% AMI that is accessible for folks with disabilities. And why I think that's important is that while the developer has a right to make money, our residents have a right to have a living in the city. And 60% AMI certainly does not represent those folks that are living in poverty, but at minimum, since they're getting $11 million in subsidies, we should do everything in our power to leverage that and increase the amount of units that we can glean in exchange for the tax subsidies that they're receiving. I am also very happy to see in the proposal, as it's expected for every developer, that they will abide by the TIF policy, the TIF and tie policy ordinance that we have. And I look forward to the compliance reports that will go to the economic development to make sure that these folks are complying with workers' rights, labor rights, union apprentices, and all the good and wages that are outlined in the TIF policy. So just to make sure that the clerk gets it, my motion is for the Chief Economic Development Officer and the city manager to go back to the developers and negotiate one more unit at 60% AMI that is ADA accessible for folks with disabilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, more Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if we could have Mr. Dunn come up and give us a synopsis of this project at 204 Main Street, that would be great.
Mr. Dunn.
Sure, through the chair to the councilor. So 204 Main Street, I'm sure most of the council is familiar. On the first floor, you have the Courthouse Cafe, Garden Fresh Courthouse Cafe, who will remain there throughout the project and once it's completed. And the upper floors have been vacant and underutilized for several years at this point. The Menkiti Group has been working on this project for a few years as well since they've owned it. And as we know through a lot of reports that we provided to the City Council, due to the current environment of construction costs and interest rates, it's really challenging to get these projects to be financed, both on the equity side of the equation as well as the debt side of the equation. A great case in point of that is when you look at 340 Main Street, another important asset that we have, historic property on Main Street. That's a project that was also approved before inclusionary zoning that had HDIP support, both the tax credit at the state, historic tax credits, as well as the local tax savings through the tie agreement that still could not move forward at 100% market rate. So what we're trying to do is definitely make sure that as we negotiate these partnerships with the private development community, that we're making sure that we're negotiating what is necessary in order to move the project forward and make it financeable, and also make sure that we're thinking about the greatest needs facing our community. And so I think that's reflected in what we've negotiated here in this package in terms of getting those 2 units affordable where they otherwise wouldn't be required to do that at the 60% area median income rate, as well as having the intent to have one of those affordable units allocated for the accessible nature of that unit in the project. So that is kind of just a brief overview. Again, this is a historic property that, what we often worry about is that if we don't, create these opportunities, these public-private partnerships to get these projects done, then I think we're not only, suffering from disinvestment and, this building stock that's not giving any productive use to the community and not contributing what its potential could be for the tax base of the city. But also I think that we suffer from the threat of those historic buildings potentially having deterioration and further neglect, and hopefully not. But I think it's worth noting that they could be vulnerable to future demolition if we can't find a way to work through some of these macroeconomic challenges that we've seen around interest rates and construction costs in particular.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. And I just want to stand and say that how happy I am that we're finally seeing this project here move forward. And let me be clear, I have no issue with asking for another unit. That's certainly something that we can do. But I just really want to emphasize that in terms of our TIF and tie policies, as well as working with organized labor, this city council, and we've said it several times, and I know during my tenure, as well as Councilor King's, and certainly the rest of my colleagues, along with the mayor, we've all worked tirelessly to make sure that our friends in organized labor and that the folks who live in Worcester certainly reap the benefits of these projects that we do here in Worcester. And that's the reason why the policy was changed to an ordinance. And I do believe that at this point, I know with all of the different meetings that I have with the different projects happening, that your office is there looking at all of the reports coming from all of the different construction going on throughout this city that's receiving any money. So I just want to make sure that people are clear that we in fact do hold all of the developers to the ordinance that this council worked very hard to make sure that that took place. So again, I look forward to this project going into economic development, and certainly look forward to this project down on Main Street for a building that's been empty for as long as I've been on council. That building has been empty. I'm not sure how many more years prior to that. And again, it's not about giving away the store by any means. This is about putting housing in downtown, and quite honestly, we need it everywhere. And I'm actually thrilled that they're doing the affordable piece to this, because this is also something that the council, along with the city manager and the mayor, certainly every day works hard at making sure that that gets done. Thank you.
Thank you. So we take both
Mr.
of you.
Chair, can I speak for the second time?
Sure. Prior to that, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quickly to the chair, there was some rents that were mentioned, $1,900 for studio. I don't remember what the other numbers were. If you could just kind of share what we anticipate through the chair those rents will look like at 60%, and also if we're not at 60% through the chair.
Sure, through the chair to the councilor. So the composition of this project is to be 90% market rate and 10% affordable. The HDIP program overall is a market rate program, so it requires at least 80% of the units to be market rate. So what this project is projecting on the market rate rents is $19.63 for a studio, $22.28 for a 700 square foot one bedroom apartment, and $27.58 a month for a 900 square foot two bedroom apartment. And then the inclusionary zoning units will be capped at the fair market rent, which for FY24, studio is $1,282. A one bedroom is $1,292. And the fair market rent comes from the federal government in establishing what the affordable rent levels are for our community.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that the public was aware of that. Looking at this report, it's clear that part of this is about converting what it indicates here is underutilized office space on the upper three floors of this building. And as mentioned, 10 one-bedroom units, 4 studios, 20 units total, 6 two-bedrooms. Now those 20, it sounds like we'll have 2 at 60%. I certainly support the additional negotiation that will be seeking another 60% AMI with ADA accommodation, considerations and accommodations, and for the administration to go back to negotiating. That certainly shouldn't prevent the committee from doing its work. And one of the things that also I'm quite aware of, this is a 100% minority owned business that's headquartered out of state. And I think that we have the opportunity here to be helpful. We have the opportunity to gain some tax revenue moving forward, and they have the opportunity to build. But one of the things that Mr. Dunn stated was that we have to look at greater needs, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know what greater need we have in trying to keep our city folks in the city. As I go about and I'm doing youth activities, social work, city council work, family events, as I'm sure all we are, I increasingly come across individuals who have moved in from Boston, whose perspective is, hey, $2,700 for a 2-bedroom, that's affordable compared to where they come from. But we're losing the folks that built this city up, Mr. Chairman. And I hope that we can continue to figure out a way to bail them out as well, to make sure as our elderly population experiences an uptick in homelessness, as folks who have financial challenges continue to experience an uptick in homelessness. And from the naked eye, Mr. Chairman, as we see folks increasingly in our community who are unsheltered, that we work hard. And part of that work is our negotiations, because that tax revenue can go towards many things in the city, but also towards dealing with some of the social ills that beset us. Because in doing that, we're going to save money in other areas. It's not something that we've talked about yet here, but we know that the Supreme Court has made some decisions. We know that there's a potentiality that folks who are sleeping in public can be arrested, Mr. Chairman. Now, I'll state publicly that I am vehemently opposed to the criminalization of folks who are homeless. And I'm quite sure that if that ever comes before this council, that we'll do the right thing. But when we talk about, again, when I heard Mr. Dunn say, looking at greater needs, I know that we'll continue to do exactly that. And I appreciate Councilor Hajia's suggestion and motion. I look forward to the work that I know Councilor Merrill Carlson will lead in economic development. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend on being brief on this one, but I do want to support the motion to have the economic development chief go back into renegotiation. I think it's important that I remind folks that, these are the moments in which we set the trend for the future rents. The ripple effects of these condos and these, high expensive places is that other folks will not be able to afford their rents later on, right? And so, yes, it's 1900 now for luxury condos, but that means it's going to be 1600, 1800 for other places. And that really makes it impossible for people to stay. And thinking about myself and my own networks, a lot of my high school friends do not live in Worcester anymore. And so we are seeing this trend because of this. And I want to really remind folks that this is our responsibility. It is our duty to be on the front lines of allowing for affordable housing. And when we choose to, really not push more for affordable housing and for units, which I think we're doing a good job of, but I think we can do a lot better. And so, I think one more unit is the bare minimum. I hope we go to 2 or 3 more units that could actually support folks. Because once again, I want to remind folks the long term of Worcester. This is happening now, but in 5 years, 1900 a studio might actually be the norm. And that's not okay with me. And I hope that we can stand here together as a council to say no, that we actually can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hydri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to iterate what I started this discussion with, which is to compliment Mr. Dunn for, I don't know if any of us did advocacy. I certainly didn't, because I didn't think this was possible, to get 2 more units at 60% AMI, one of which is ADA accessible. When I talked about TIF compliance, the credit actually should go to the Community Labor Coalition and the Carpenters Union, who were able to do the work necessary to turn the TIF and tie into an ordinance, so that we can hold developers to a higher standard, as we should. I am happy to see that language iterated in the proposal. So I want to make that point, that I'm happy to see that language iterated in the proposal. The ask, as Councilor Nguyen mentioned, is the absolute bare minimum. And while I am very happy that these folks have the subsidies they need to do development of the city, and that we are adding more market rate units, I am making the point that, as the Out of Reach report put it best, it takes people 2 to 3 jobs to afford basic rent, utilities, childcare, and food. And so I would appreciate if the Chief Economic Development Officer could keep us appraised as to the results of the conversation, which I'm sure will go to ED. I would be personally interested in following up with him to see what the obstacles would be for the developer to not agreeing to negotiating 1 extra unit at 60% AMI that is ADA accessible.
Thank you, Councilor Hajai. Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just want to thank the Economic Development Office for putting this together. And as was said by most of the councilors, is that all housing is needed here in the city of Worcester. And today we had ribbon cutting for 85 affordable units in the Canal District. So I know this is a balance, and we're trying to get all types of housing. All types is important, because it's not lost on us that people can't afford to live here. And whoever thought that was the case 10 years ago. So this is important. I don't mind going back and asking the developer to take a look at this. I know Peter Dunn will do that. And also ask any member of council and chair that committee. Maybe you can have that discussion in committee also when it reaches your committee. But I just want to thank again, these are complicated cases. Like you said, that this building's been empty for years. We have finally someone who's going to develop it. And we'll otherwise wouldn't develop it once we have all these incentives here in the city of Worcester. But, and I'm just not lost on it's not lost on this council, the entire council, that we have a housing crisis here in the city of Worcester. The more we build, the quicker we build them, the more we'll have, more inventory we'll have here in the city of Worcester. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
City Manager Batista.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to the chair, to the councilors, I just want to thank Peter Dunn for his work in kind of negotiating and doing the due diligence. But also I want to thank McKinney Group for their work to kind of work with us in this negotiation process. Because from where we started to where we ended, it took a lot of work on their part, but also on the city's part. And I think this is the complexity right now that we're dealing with as a community and as an administration when we're looking at the requests of proposals that we're seeing on a day-to-day basis from many, many developers who are looking for more and more incentives and opportunities for them to be able to put these pieces together. It's becoming more and more difficult to get these deals done and do them in a way that takes into in consideration the needs of this community. And that was our first initial discussion with the McKinney Group right away, when we wanted to make sure that whatever we presented to the council had elements that incorporated the needs and the requests of this council and also the community that we continuously hear. And that's why it was important to have them adhere to inclusionary zoning when they didn't have to. And we try to do that as much as possible with every negotiation because we know that, I mean, you'd be surprised at some of the requests that come into the office that Peter Dunn just says, there's no way we're going to do this. But we're able to work things out, and it requires a lot of work. We have a lot more work to be done. There's a lot more units that we need in the city. Just like the mayor said today, we had a great ribbon cutting, 100%, 83 units, 100% affordable, 60% AMI and under. 13 of those units are going to be 30% AMI, and 11 of those units are going to be accessible. And so it shows that we're trying to be as diverse in terms of the portfolio that we're trying to create in the city with developers, but we also have to work with the developers. They have their challenges in trying to put these projects together. And anything that we can do to kind of help the production alleviate some of the burden that we're seeing in our neighborhoods and in some of our rents. That comes with a cost because we can see as well that some of our 3-deckers, they're not selling for $200,000 and $300,000 like they used to 10 years ago. These 3-deckers are selling for $600,000-$700,000. So to be able to pay a mortgage of a $600,000 or $700,000 3-decker, it requires then you to increase those rents. And so we have to figure out ways and put programs and incentives in place to try to retain that. And that's why the Office of Economic Development and Peter Dunn and his team has been able to try to create programs to incentivize deed restrictions and bring those affordabilities down in some of our 3-deckers because we see the burdens that are happening in our community. So again, this is extremely important. We value the request, and that's something that we'll take back and discuss and have a conversation. But I just want to mention, one, that it requires a lot of work that's happening behind the scenes between Peter Dunn and myself to make sure that these deals are done. And in all frankly, we're not comfortable presenting a deal that we know there's going to be at least a unanimous support in this council, because we know how challenging it is to present a deal to this council body that doesn't meet the things that we need as a community. And so that's the things that we're negotiating consistently, because we're not content with just presenting any deal to this council. We need to present a deal that impacts our community and provides those opportunities that we're looking for, especially in the affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take those collectively, refer to Economic Development. Council Haji Aizada. Roll call.
Mr. Bergman?
Yes.
Mr. Gloria?
Yes.
Ms. Hajier?
Yes.
Mr. King?
Yes.
Mr. Moore Carlson? Mr. Nguyen?
Yes.
Mr. Ojeda?
Yes.
Mr. Basillo?
Yes.
Mr. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 9.11A, recommend the approval of solicit proposals and enter into agreement relative to contracting for integrated parking management services. Being adopted on a roll call. Roll call.
Mr. Bergman?
Yes.
Mr. Gloria?
Yes.
Hajier?
Yes.
Mr. King?
Yes.
Mr. Moore Carlson?
Yeah.
Mr. Nguyen?
Yes.
Mr. Ojeda?
Yes.
Mr. Basillo?
Yes.
Mr. Russell? Mr. Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. We are on B. Transmitting information and communication relative to the roles and responsibilities of the Department of Transportation and Mobility. Send that to Traffic and Parking. We can file it.
Traffic and Park.
Traffic and Parking. Take that. Okay. Roll call.
Mr. Bergman?
Yes.
Mr. Gloria?
Yes.
Mr. Hajier?
Yes.
Mr. King?
Yes.
Mr. Moore Carlson? Mr. Nguyen?
Yes.
Mr. Ojeda?
Yes.
Mr. Basillo?
Yes.
Mr. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Recommend the adoption of an ordinance to establish on-street parking on Grove Street in the vicinity of O'Connell Field. We refer that to Traffic and Parking. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Florio?
Yes.
Council Gia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Recommend the adoption of the ordinance to prohibit parking on a portion of Cove Street, refer to traffic and parking. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Florio?
Yes.
Council Gia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. 9.12A, transmitting information communication about the city's response to the fire at Washington Heights apartment complex. This is the public
Mr.
safety.
Chair?
Council
I'd
Hydra.
like to speak on this. Thank you very much. I want to just start by thanking Chief Dyer for the report. And I know that in the report he listed, and also Director Goodwin, they both listed some agencies that were involved, both in the city side and the community. So I just want to take the opportunity to mention some of the faces and names beyond those organizations and departments. Thank them profoundly on behalf of my constituents who are still displaced for their amazing work. That begins with the fire department and the emergency responders, without whom and without their quick and heroic work, we didn't lose, we would have lost people, and we didn't. So I want to thank them very much for that. I want to send a special shout out to Lieutenant Melvin, who is the lead investigator in the fire department, for going above and beyond the call of duty. Lieutenant Melvin has been an incredible humanitarian throughout this ordeal for these tenants. She has been a resource to me, as well as to Representative LaBeouf, and I cannot say enough about the amazing work that she has put into it above and beyond what her job requires. I want to thank specifically Amy Peterson, who, so that I didn't have to find out through the media, sent me a message at 4 a.m. in the morning. City Manager Batista was there with her at the scene, ensure things were okay. Deputy Director of Emergency Communications, Rob Connolly, Elisa DeLeo, clearly Charles Goodwin is doing an amazing job at mentoring these folks because their service has been incredible. Amy Waters from the Senior Center, who made every resource available to the displaced folks. The Inspectional Services and Building Commissioner, David Horn and Lee Hall, who answered a lot of questions. Casey Starr from Worcester Public Schools, Technic Magnet School staff, who showed up the first day to collect shoe sizes for the kids that were affected. The Worcester Area Mission Society, you heard from the Office of New Americans and Buen Samaritano. Representative LaBeouf, who is the best representative one could ask for. And all the people who donated. We received a lot of donations through JCC and Buen Samaritano and others. And I also want to say thank you to the residents and staff who I have met with when meeting with the residents, with the folks that are staying there, who have been incredibly helpful to us, to community legal aid, to Representative LaBeouf, every time that we've met with the residents. I just want to mention for the benefit of the public that we are holding meetings every Friday with the Washington Heights management. They're responding to our concerns, to my concerns as a district counselor. We will continue to hold those meetings until every person has found a home. We still have a lot of folks with disabilities at the hotel, refugees, immigrants, people with fixed income. And I can tell you that this has been quite an ordeal, just as much as the Mill Street ordeal was. It's been helpful to get responses from the Washington Heights management. We've hit some roadblocks, but I'm hopeful that we will surpass them. And lastly, I just want to say that it is really sad that we have had 2 deaths this year in Councilor Ojeda's district. And 1,000 people displaced in the last 24 months. That's 1,000 residents that were displaced, and that displacement ordeal ends the day or the night that they were displaced from their homes. It continues probably to this day with them having to redo all their lives and deal with the trauma of being displaced and dying in the fire. So I just want to reiterate something that I've said on this council floor for a very long time, that we have to do and craft every policy that comes that relates to tenants, particularly those who are so vulnerable, just as Washington Heights and the Mill Street and the folks that died in the fire or the Gate Street fires, with these folks in mind. Definitely with our firemen and women in mind and the emergency responders, but specifically with our most vulnerable tenants. And I will say this because I am convinced that this is the right thing to do. I still think that the city lost an amazing and a huge opportunity to add extra guardrails for these vulnerable tenants by exempting the 2 and 3 units from the rental registry. I would be interested in knowing from the city manager, and I'm not going to ask for this answer right now, but in the days that come as we implement the rental registry, I would be really interested in finding out from him and his staff how they're going to deal with cases where we have fires, as was the case in the 2 people that died in Councilor Heda's district, in owner-occupied units that are not in compliance with code and that we cannot reach because now we don't have them registered and documented with our rental registry. I'd be interested in continuing that conversation, but I just wanted to take the time to name all the people that have contributed to responding to the fire, to my residents, and I remain committed to staying alongside with them until every single one of them is housed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the administration for the work that they've done. I want to thank all the organizations, and I mean they're all listed here. There's too many to list. The city folks, of course, the senior center, emergency management, police, fire, manager Batista, inspectional services, the public schools. Then we have the state partners, the American Red Cross, Representative LaBeouf, Councilor Hadji, and I'm sure more. My question to the chair, to the administration is Washington Heights subject to 110 inspections? To the chair?
Mr. Manager?
To the council, yes, they are.
Okay. And do we know if we have been in alignment with the 110 inspections? Have we been doing them routinely over the last, I guess, 10 years, once every 5 years, right? So have we been timely with the last 2, or we've been out of the time frame through the chair? Hope you heal well, whatever's going on over there. Bless your heart.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just a question, the 110 inspections, it sounds like that it is subject to that. And I know that's every 5 years or so. Can you speak to, and I'm sure this has been under review, this happened back in June, so I'm quite sure we have the information as it relates to 110 inspections at Washington Heights. The last couple of times that we've done them, do we know when those occurred? Were they within the 5-year time frame?
I don't have, through the chair.
Mr. Horn?
Thank you. Through the chair.
Commissioner Horn, I should say.
Interim.
Commissioner.
I don't have the exact amount of buildings that we've had inspected up to date in front of me, but I can tell you that those buildings do get inspected by us, just typically the common areas.
Okay. I'm just trying to find out so we don't know whether or not we were within the 5-year range in Washington Heights. Do we do it within a time frame?
We try to inspect those buildings every 5 years, yes.
What about Washington Heights? Was that inspected within that time frame?
I can't tell you verbatim. I wasn't prepared for that question, but I can certainly get back to you.
Understood, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say to the administration, that's the question that's going to continue to come from me. As it relates to all this, we know what the rental registry is supposed to be as we move forward. Coupled with the 110 inspections, I've been very clear that, and I've been asking for the backlog numbers. I've never gotten them for the last 4 or 5 years. And this question constantly comes to my mind. We just heard about the 2 deaths in Council Hayden District 4. It makes me wonder, when was the last time those 110 inspections were done? I know there's only in certain areas, I understand that. Um, but it's important that we as a council, the administration, has a clear understanding of the capacity and how we operationalize in the divisions responsible for this, Mr. Chairman. So I would like a report back on the last three 110 inspections related to Washington Heights and when they occurred. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll send that to public safety along with
Yes.
Council Florio? Council Argier?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Mark Carlson? Council Ian? Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
yes. B, transmitting information and communication about the efforts being made to obtain PFAS-free firefighter turnout gear. Thank you, Chief. We'll send that to public safety. Look forward to the report in August once you do the testing. When it comes back, much appreciated. Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria? Council Argier?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mark Carlson? Council Ian? Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. 9.14A, recommend the adoption of an order to approve a 5-year intermunicipal agreement for the replacement of the computer-aided dispatch and records management system. Adopt on the roll call? Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria? Council Argier?
Yes.
Council King? Council Mark Carlson? Council Ian? Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Actually,
Recommend this is 9.15A is held under privilege. And we are going to B. Recommend the adoption of the order transferring the care custody and control of the former Prescott Street parcel. Adopt on the roll call? Roll call.
Mayor, I think we skipped 916 A as well. but-
No, A is held under privilege.
I'm sorry, 15B.
B, yeah.
911.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Argier?
Yes.
Council King?
yes.
Council Mark Carlson? Council Ian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, transmitting information, this is 916A, transmitting information communication of the current practices used in the city roads to deal with problem properties. Council King?
Yeah, I would like to hold this, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, privilege. We'll put it under privilege. Okay, we are on 9.30A. Recommend the approval of the transfer of funds to the emergency 9C stabilization fund to the bond rating declaration fund and closure of the emergency 9C stabilization fund. Adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Argier?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mark Carlson?
Yes.
Council Ian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. B, recommend adoption of the local acceptance of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 54 regarding trust fund investments. Adopt on the roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Argier?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mark Carlson?
Yes.
Council Ian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. We have finance items, 9.35A through E, 9.36A through D, 9.37A through D. Motion to take these collectively and adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Argier?
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Member Carlson,
Yeah.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Hida,
Yes.
Councilor Basillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next item up is 9.39A, Transfer Information Communication relative to digital equity in the city. Councilor King.
Oh, wait, Councilor.
Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Councilor King. And, we're still discussing the close of the digital divide. Talking about that for years. And tonight, this report, I think, highlights that. The landscape of the city of Worcester, how we're moving forward. I want to thank Jason Homer, host of the Public Library. We're going to play a key role in implementation. The understanding is that they have received $100,000 of digital equity initiatives that include digital literacy and the loan device program. So I appreciate that very much. And the report also recognized inequities of homes that do not have access to computing devices and those lacking digital skills. And this effort will be tremendous help to our community. Again, I just want to thank the City Hall for working hard on this, and the administration and the library and head Jason Homer for putting this all together. This is something we talked about for years. It really came to a head during COVID. And we just talked about people not having access to even to the internet at that time. People might have access to their phones, but they don't have access to all these devices that are needed to really compete in the marketplace when it comes to these digital providers. So this is a great step forward, and the report has a lot of recommendations. And the library is moving forward with that $100,000 to implement some of these recommendations. So again, I just want to thank everybody for participating. Thank you.
Councilor Pizarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a comprehensive and well-written report. I would like to thank the Worcester Public Library, city manager, staff, the administration, and the Central Mass Regional Planning Commission. This clearly took a great deal of time and effort. There's a few things I'd like to pull out from the report. Worcester doesn't have a connection issue. About 99.98% of households have physical access to at least one broadband internet service provider. The issue is affordability, and residents who face these barriers are most vulnerable, including elderly and BIPOC communities. Worcester had one of the highest adoption rates for the Affordable Connectivity Program, which is a federal program giving people a $30 subsidy for their internet. We were in the top 5 statewide for enrollment, and the ACP ended this spring, but this just shows the need for more affordable internet for folks. And finally, lack of device access also contributes to digital inequity. More than 5,600 households citywide do not own any computer devices at all. 12.7% of all households only have a cellular data plan and no other type of internet subscription. This really matters to a lot of people. 92% of job ads in the state require digital skills. Digital equity is a super social determinant for public health. People need access to telehealth appointments, healthcare portals. They need to access SNAP benefits, apply for jobs, school and housing. Going forward, we need to continue advocating for more state funding. Worcester was given $100,000 from the Massachusetts Broadband Institute, which is a start. I'm really happy the public library is going to be playing a key role in the digital literacy education and provide access to devices and work with the city and our partners to promote digital equity in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We refer that to Urban Ties, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly look forward to having this in committee, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that jumped out to me is when you take a look at the census tracts and how it relates and how, to what degree folks have internet or don't have internet. When you look at the census tracts as it relates to having the proper devices, it's a common theme when we talk about equity, those locations, those demographics, the socioeconomic statuses of folks, affordability. Affordability has been something that we've been talking about for quite some time. I look forward to trying to figure out in committee, is there strategic coordination that can be enhanced between the city and other entities. That's important for us to figure out. And what additional opportunities? I know that we've made attempts in the past to gain additional funding. We have some funding here, but there have to be forthcoming and possible additional equity funding on the federal and state level, Mr. Chairman. And that requires some advocacy with the state, Mr. Chairman. As chairman of this particular committee, I will engage in some lobbying of our folks on that level. Again, I look forward to this and having this, come before the committee in a couple of sessions. So thank you, the administration, for the work that's done. Thank you for the community outreach. And I know that community outreach can be challenging in terms of folks showing up and participating. And one of the things that I would encourage the administration over this next year, as we move towards evaluations and such, and that is that we try to continue, and I know we do it, but having a way to formally document or present to this body new efforts, new angles, new ways, innovative ways of engaging with folks that we haven't done before, because we often end up with the same ingredients in the pot, because that's who shows up. And showing up is part of it, but perhaps as we move forward, we can widen our capacities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, refer that to urban ties. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yeah.
Councilor Mian?
Yes.
Councilor Ada?
Yes.
Lucillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Also, Councilor Nguyen is going to hold 10Z. That's item 10Z, which is on the orders. So we're going to the first order is 10A.
Mr. Chairman, I want to recuse myself on 10A and 10B, the friendly house.
Okay. Please, for the record, Councilor Russell has recused himself on 10A and 10B. 10A requests the man to provide counsel with a report concerning the work being done by the Office of the New American in Refugees and New Arrivals in the Community. Councilor Hygiai.
Mr. Chair, could you take the second one as well?
Yeah, sure. Request Standing Committee on Public Health and Human Services invite representatives from the Office of the New Americans to discuss the work taking place to support refugees and new arrivals in the community. Councilor Hygiai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you heard from Julian Phillips, the coordinator of the director of the Office of New Americans, and Mikey Morales, who's been a longtime organizer and activist, and overall just an amazing resource for our community, specifically for immigrants and refugees. We, as a community, have responded. I know that the city manager has committed resources to his office, Senator Kennedy also secured an earmark, which is good. I do want to not spend a lot of time on speaking about the importance of this office, because to me that's pretty obvious, but apparently to some members of the public it's not. So let me just say this unequivocally. I was once an undocumented refugee along with my mother, my father, and my 85-year-old grandmother. And I am not, and neither have I been, an illegal human being. There is no such thing as illegal people. There are human beings who need our support, whether they have status or not. They have more courage than all of us, included in this council and those in the public who oppose that, for crossing boundaries and escaping political violence and economic violence in their countries, most of which has been created by our own government. So I just take exception to the comments regarding illegals, and I stand by our refugee and immigrant and new arrival communities, whether they have status or whether they're undocumented. They are our residents, and we have a responsibility to support them. I look forward to having Mr. Phillips come to the Standing Committee of Public Health and share with us a report as well as some of the work that's taking place in the city. The reason I put this order and why I think it's relevant right now is that I believe a lot of people don't know the work that the city manager Batista has put to support this office, this new office. But most importantly, people are not realizing the amount of coordination, organizing, and resources that our community, led by the Office of New Americans, is doing to support new arrivals, while the state has placed limits on shelter, and while we know that homelessness is increasing, as well as a lot of people are unable to afford basic human necessities. So I would urge the chair of the Public Health Committee to schedule a meeting and have these folks come in as soon as possible so they can share with us the work that they're doing, but they can also talk to us about how we can sustain this work. And I just specifically want to mention the city manager, Batista, has been an incredible support to the immigrant and refugee community. And I hope that he will work with the state delegation to make sure that this position is funded beyond what it is allotted right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first and foremost would like to sign on to this. I think many of us here, perhaps the majority of us here, come from family of immigrants or are immigrants ourselves on this council. And I think that's important to know. I think this thing stands true for the folks that we appointed as a council, majority of whom have come from elsewhere. Some who are already part of these United States, but did not live on the mainland, and folks who came from other countries. Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask the administration to speak a little bit about this Office of New Americans, whether or not that comes under the auspices of the city of Worcester, and what that actually looks like so that folks have a clear understanding of what it actually is and is not through the chair to the administration.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the administration. So, the New Americans effort that we have embarked on, I can't do that. I can't say it's just me as the mayor took a big part of this, but the community played a significant role. They came to the mayor and I basically in the time where we were seeing a number of refugees coming to the city through the state, being brought to the hotels and needing some support and some direction. And so the mayor and I met with the community, and one of the ideas was that one of the challenges the community was having is it was the coordination of who to go to and who would be the key person to try to coordinate all these efforts. Because again, there was multiple agencies, multiple individuals working in this effort. So they came to us. They also went to the delegation and had Senator Kennedy put an earmark forward, and then asked us for ability to fund and support a position that would be housed at Friendly House, and it would be in partnership with our Office of Health and Human Services, in terms of the auspice of oversight of the Health and Human Services Office, to support them. And so we started conducting meetings, and then they recruited an individual by the name of Jillian Phillips, who is an amazing person, has done wonders in this work at all hours of the day, 24/7, 365 days. Jillian has gone above and beyond to serve our community. And so we put our heads together to support and create this position. The position is currently housed at Friendly House. And so right now is that there's a significant need to enhance or support or continue supporting this position in a continuous work, because as I'm aware, funding may be running low in terms of supporting this position. But again, the purpose of this position was to coordinate all the efforts around the refugees coming to the city and the resources that are available with multiple agencies that are serving that role. And so the mayor and I conducted many different meetings, the New Arrivals Task Force that meets on a regular basis to kind of coordinate these efforts. And so Jillian oversees this task force and oversees the day-to-day coordination for everyone here in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me also extend my gratitude to yourself, Mayor Petty, for your participation in this. I'm glad that the city manager is able to share a little bit what Council Hadji is referencing, so that folks have some clarity, and I look forward to the report on the work. And as a social worker here in the city, I've seen firsthand the challenges that our children have, our youth have, folks in our schools, the challenges that come before our teachers, before law enforcement, before fire, before inspectional services, just about every aspect of city government that touches this population, Mr. Chairman. And it was stated earlier that it's a privilege to be in these United States. That it's a privilege to be within the confines and the parameters of the city of Worcester, Mr. Chairman. I stand before you today, and I will also express that it is a privilege to serve the refugee population. It is a privilege. My father-in-law, political refugee from Laos, my wife's father, and I know of the trials and tribulations. And when you think about, it brings me back to our schools. When you think about the young folks and their adjustments, and their strengths that they bring, it is extremely, extremely important. And we have folks, appointees, and other folks here in city government that have come through the immigration process, who have been immigrants themselves on all levels of city government. And this is great and important work, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to sign on to this, and I look forward to the reports. And thank you for clarifying that we have an HHS position that's working, in my mind, teleworking over at Friendly House. Thank you. Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the comments and the Council Hadji. This is something I'm pretty proud of as the mayor. See, we can go back to the Hurricane Maria, where we took probably over 300 families, if not more. I have gone back to Puerto Rico, but at that time, we stepped up as a community with Tim Garvin, Suarez Rivera, and the whole, we together the task force. And so I just want to thank them for their work. And then when we had the Afghanis, people from Afghanistan, when Governor Baker was taking them in, we were the first city that stepped up and said, we're equipped, we have the resources in place, the people in place, and we took in probably over, between us and Northborough, some of the towns, probably over 700 people. And then we have refugees again coming in who have legal status, by the way. They're coming in, they're all documented. They come in, they go through, sometimes it takes them years to get here through the refugee process. And then we have people coming from Haiti, which we're glad to take. We're trying to allow them to have jobs now, because again, this community, and I want to thank my neighbor Morales, who runs the Haitian task force, and with Ann Bureau, who's always been there for me in the city, going back, way back. And I just want to thank her too. And I just want to thank Jillian Phillips too. She does God's work in some sense, and she walks the walk. She actually walks the walk. She goes out into the community. She comes into Worcester. She goes out of her way on weekends at night to make sure people are safe, trying to get the resources that they need. And it's difficult to get the resources that you need, and especially in so many competing issues going on. And just to get the help, because housing, we talk about housing, and also finding housing is hard to do. But we have a lot of companies who stepped up in this community, hiring people. I want to thank them. And I just also want to throw a shout out to Alex Meridian. There's a guy on Saturday, the heat, trying to get people there, TPS and documentation to work, looking for work, just getting all the resources you could do that. I think there's another one coming up in August too. And he's done it in the past. The guy takes time out of his day, his week, beyond what he does for a living. And a lot of this he's not getting paid for. So there's a lot of people that help him out in the community. I'm sorry I'm not mentioning their names, but on behalf of the city of Worcester, I want to thank you personally. We're trying to make the experience of people coming into the country safe and feeling welcome. And believe me, let me tell you something. When it comes to economic development, I think it paid dividends over the last 10 years. We had certain people who were anti-immigrant, that we were accepting people here. Because companies watch this, they want to watch and see where they're going to come and do business. Certain groups come to the city of Worcester because they know they're welcome here in the city of Worcester. And so I just want to thank Council Hyde for putting this on. It's good that the public knows what we do. We have that meeting in public health and give a report back on the what we do here in the city of Worcester. And I just want to thank everybody involved again. Mr. Manager, I want to thank you and your team too, because it couldn't be done without your team too. So much appreciated.
I think that's it.
Okay, so we'll take please collectively 10A refer to the manager and 10B was under public health. Roll call.
Councilor Brightman?
Yes.
Councilor Florio?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ida?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell recused himself. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 10C, request the Standing Committee on Municipal Legislative Operations review the framework currently used by the City Council to evaluate city manager to approve a new, more substantial document for such purpose. Council Pasillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will make this brief. Most of my colleagues spoke up at our last meeting about the need to improve our city manager evaluation process. I couldn't agree more. I'm sure we all have our opinions on how this could be improved, but this is going to be discussed at MLO. So I'd like to thank Councilor Bergman and his committee for taking this on. I'm also happy to see Councilor Toomey's item on the agenda as well, and I appreciate my colleagues for all of their hard work on this, and I look forward to being a part of the process as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Toomey.
A couple of things. First, I'd like to sign on. I'm not sure how I missed that, but definitely on the same page. And actually, I have filed this before when this subject has come up, that we work with could we take 10Y?
The Standing Committee and MO contest is to contact the National League of Cities, Mass Municipal Association, International City County Management Association of Best Practices, and potential consulting regarding creating a different process for the city manager performance evaluations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are organizations that have done this work before throughout the country and have experts that certainly we can utilize. And I hope that that we do that. I know that there have been several documents there. And also, I believe that there's also a international city managers. Is that correct? I'd like to amend that to include the city manager organizations nationally and locally as well.
Okay, thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to add anything other than to suggest there's probably a number of orders that are similar or the same floating around that all should be combined. Perhaps that clerk could help us streamline which orders should be taken up at MLO. I'd like to take them all up at once, and I think there's probably some stragglers from previous months or years that should be combined with whatever goes before MLO as a result of tonight's meeting. I'm happy to take it up. I mean, I'm not going to promise it'll be on the next agenda. We just did the manager's evaluation, but I'll certainly make a commitment that we'll get it on as soon as we can. Certainly, we'll do our best to get it on the agenda for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by appreciating this order. This is something I've been pushing for quite some time. There's actually an order currently in municipal operations that I filed that was supported unanimously by this committee to do exactly what this order is asking. I was really initially going to ask to file it, and I said, you know what, I'll just sign on to it, let's send it in, we'll take it all together. But this is something I've been pushing for quite some time. And, Councilor Toomey referenced some of the entities and resources that can go into this, Mr. Chairman. looking at other municipalities, looking at MMA and other similar bodies. But this isn't rocket science, Mr. Chairman. And I look forward to a work product. I did reach out to the chairman, Councilor Bergman, and the chairman indicated that he would hear this. At a point in time where he feels that he needs to pull it forward. I did consider it pulling out of the committee because we've talked about it for some time, but I have confidence that this will be heard and that committee will make a decision. One of the things that in my particular order is that it did ask for some technical assistance, is how I referenced it, from HR. We can't ask, in my opinion, HR to come up with something for their boss necessarily, but there is some assistance that we can provide. We now have our own chief of council, and we have council aides, and we have this enhanced ability to deal with some of these things, Mr. Chairman. In addition to this, we also appoint the auditor, and we also appoint the city clerk, Mr. Chairman. I have filed an order quite some time ago. It was unanimously supported by this council, and I brought it up during, I believe, the clerk's most recent contract that we awarded. And that was a similar rubric for that position. And I've yet to see the work product. And I'm going to ask through the chair to the administration, where is the work product that this body that I initiated requested in regards to a rubric, a draft rubric for the city clerk position, and when will we have it? Has it been anything at all been done? I'm not sure what date that was, but this is important work. We only appoint 3 folks, and I don't know if this order is being ignored. I don't know if it's being stymied. What I do know is that there's been no work product. Through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair of the council, there's been some work that's been done on this for the sake of an evaluation, and that not only serves for potentially the clerk and the auditor, but also myself. My understanding, though, is on recent conversations here on the floor, and there's been a number of different items that has filed and also moved past the evaluation of the clerk, and that's why they went forward and did the contract. I never brought that forward because of those kind of discussions and rulings that happened here on this council body. But if the will of the council is for me to bring that forward, then that's be something that I can definitely bring forward to this body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was the will of the council, nothing been on the floor that's withdrawn that. That's a work product that's expected, and I look forward to it. I'll be meeting with the manager this month. I'm not sure if there's something else going on behind the scenes I don't know about, but we evaluate these folks, and it's certainly in our best interest to have a referential tool to evaluate folks when we're awarding them contracts. Because when we award a contract, we assign responsibility, we assign oversight, and it will be extremely helpful moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You take both items to send that to MO. Okay. Those in favor, I'm sorry, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Aguirre?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, we are on pen D, request the manager, request the Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility work with the appropriate representatives from the Massachusetts Department of Transportation to review the pedestrian safety measures in place along the entire length of Belmont Street, as well as the lower end of Lincoln Street, to determine any improvements that can be made to this area. Councilmember Carlson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Just want to talk about the unfortunate loss of a young girl's life just a couple of weeks ago, as well as a 20-month-old little girl who also is still in the hospital. Mr. Chairman, as you know, and you were certainly supportive of this order, that in the city of Worcester we have a real problem with speeding, with distracted driving, with a awful lot of pedestrian crashes over just on Belmont Street, which is the lower end of Belmont Street, not on the other end where Gianna just lost her life. But if we look at Belmont Street from Worcester Tech down to Lincoln Square, we're talking about 31 pedestrians who were hit over the last 5 full calendar years. Of those, at that time, there was 0 fatal, but certainly 28 of those that were seriously injured. Mr. Chairman, we continue as a council to send a tremendous amount of items to traffic and parking through trying to do traffic calming measures, through signage, and through reducing some of the lanes in some of these areas. Mr. Chairman, Belmont Street seen a reconfiguration not all that long ago. But today, having the conversation with the manager, if we look at Belmont Street from the Lincoln Street to up to the school, that's a real problem for the city and for all of the folks who certainly live in those neighborhoods. There's been several orders that have been put before this council. One of those orders by Ms. Alvarez for Rodney Street, as an example. For the people who live on Rodney Street, it's truly a danger for them to get out onto Belmont Street. And if you look at these numbers for the amount of pedestrians who have been seriously hurt, I don't think we're at a point any longer that we can wait for long-term plans. I think that there are some short-term plans working with transportation and mobility that we certainly can think about doing. And when we talk about where Gianna just lost her life, that end of Belmont Street, Mr. Chairman, you know it very well as I do. There's no way to cross Route 9 unless you're at Plantation in Belmont or you're at Lake Ave in Belmont. People who try to cross over that way, and a lot of people have made it from one side of Belmont Street to the other, but it's certainly extremely dangerous for people trying to cross there. We have several issues, obviously, in this city. I talk about Shrewsbury Street on a regular basis. And Shrewsbury Street, again, I don't have the numbers here tonight, but I will ask for them tonight in a form of a motion. How many pedestrian accidents have we had on Shrewsbury Street? Mr. Chairman, this council approved several blinking caution lights on Shrewsbury Street, of which nobody stops for them. If you sit on Shrewsbury Street, and I have a constituent who sat on Shrewsbury Street last week for 1/2 hour and watched the blinking light, of which nobody who drove Shrewsbury Street stopped. Again, I know that there's been several pedestrian accidents on Shrewsbury Street. And again, I think that, we have to, obviously short term, we need to think about what we can do for the safety of our residents who are walking on these streets, crossing these streets, or whether they're bicycling on these streets, or those who are been hit that are in wheelchairs on Belmont Street. Mr. Chairman, I would ask for the administration to think about whether we do more speed humps in the vicinity of Shrewsbury Street, whether we look at doing speed humps on Belmont Street. I don't think that those should be out of the question. Mr. Chairman, the city of Boston has announced, they just did last week, that they were putting 2,000 speed bumps up in the city of Boston, and that's on all of their streets. And they're doing it for the same reasons. And it's really about using them as a traffic calming measure. But I also believe, Mr. Chairman, that we need enforcement on these streets. We have a lot of people who just are not obeying the rules of the road. It's just not happening. And I think that for us as a council, whether it's Shrewsbury Street, Belmont Street, and we have the lower end of Lincoln Street. And again, I said the lower end of Lincoln Street because I know that that's an area that I've represented since I was elected, and there are several people that I know that have been hit and hurt seriously on the lower end of Lincoln Street. The lower end of Lincoln Street, Mr. Chairman, I think that we need to look at the lighting on Lincoln Street. I don't think that the lighting on Lincoln Street is very good. And again, for us to look at Lincoln Street, the lower end of Lincoln Street, and is it a time for us where the Department of Transportation and Mobility take a look at some of these roads? And I know that they have a huge task ahead of them with the city and all that they're trying to do, and they do a good job. But, Mr. Chairman, I think we should be looking at roads where we have the data of the pedestrians who have been struck on these roads. And to hear that Belmont Street is one of the worst roads in the city of Worcester, and I'm sure if we get the data for Shrewsbury Street, and I'm sure that Chandler Street is another area, but I really do believe that the city manager working with the Department of Transportation and Mobility, and I know on, Belmont Street that we also need to be talking to MassDOT, and I understand from talking to the manager that MassDOT has already reached out, which I think is great. But I would just encourage, Mr. Chairman, for us to be looking at some short-term solutions while we're trying to find long-term solutions, because I don't think that we should be not doing anything given the amount of crashes that we've had on the street. And again, want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your support, and certainly talking with the city manager and talking with Department of Transportation and Mobility. I think that the city of Worcester really needs to take a long, hard look at what we're doing, in which I also believe, Mr. Chairman, that this needs to include the police department and, do we need to buy more equipment in terms of radar guns? From what I understand, we don't even have enough of those. Do we have the ability, Mr. Chairman, to put up pole cameras? Is that something that we also could be looking at? So I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, along with the city manager and the Department of Transportation and Mobility. But again, in the form of an order, Mr. Chairman, I would like for us to be able to get a report back on the crashes on Lincoln Street, Lake Ave, and Shrewsbury Street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Send this to, along with the requested reports, to the city manager. Roll call.
Council Brightman? Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council G.I.?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request city manager to declare public health and safety emergency to vulnerable road users, pedestrian, bicyclists, people on wheelchairs, on wheelchairs in light of the 2 pedestrian crashes that killed a child and severely injured another less than 1 week apart. Council Hajiai.
Mr. Chair, could I take 10F as well?
Request the mayor to provide the council with a report dealing with the funding limitations, see faces around addressing both short and long-term changes to the Department of Transportation and Mobility, and other departments could implement that would assist pedestrians and other vulnerable roadway user safety issues in the area throughout the city, and not see heavy pedestrian usage. Council Hajiai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that my heart dropped when I heard about Gianna Rose Simicini and the toddler that's now transferred in a Boston hospital for the serious injuries that she suffered. When I look back in the last 24 months, we have had 9 pedestrian fatal crashes, 7 in 2023, 2 in 2024. This doesn't include Candice Asariaboa, who is not included in this report because her death a month after she was killed on a crosswalk came after the reporting window. And so we've had 2 children under the age of 14 and a toddler that were injured. The kids are dying in our streets. The most vulnerable road users are at extreme risk on our streets. I talked about that in our last council meeting as we were discussing the Mill Street issue. And I just want to bring up that I think that the reason why I'm calling this and calling on the city manager to declare this a public health and safety issue is that we know that nationally traffic deaths are increasing. They're certainly not decreasing in our city. And according to the CDC, the leading cause of death for children between 1 and 3 years old is by traffic. And the city manager is 100% correct at calling this traffic violence. It's not an accident, it's traffic violence because it affects the stability and the well-being of our residents. So I'd like to frame this conversation as a public health and emergency because I believe reframing this crisis as such, it will also hopefully raise awareness that the speediest drivers bear the greater responsibility, the personal responsibility, and also it would allow us to stress to the public the urgency of slowing down, transform behaviors, and allocate the appropriate resources. While I believe that enforcement is necessary, as the experts in our DTM team, national experts, as well as the city manager have mentioned, including the chief of police, is that enforcement alone does not work. And so we can allocate resources to enforcement, but that alone doesn't work. And it does have implications that I think could be harmful to our community. I appreciate that Council Colorio, Chairperson Parking Committee, has held 5 district meetings regarding the 25 mile per hour mandatory policy, as well as the safety zones policy. And I understand the need to have a public survey to gather additional input. I had the chance to reach out to Council Colorio this afternoon and gave her heads up that I was going to make a motion tonight for the DTM, for the Department of Transportation and Mobility, to close the public survey, and for the chair to hold a meeting in August to analyze the results of the data, including the ones in the in-district meetings, and to vote the mandatory 25 miles per hour safety zones in favor out of committee so that we can review them in September. The reason why I feel the urgency for this is that we need to give the DTM folks and we need to give the police department the time and the ability to educate the public, to buy all the equipment, infrastructure they need, and to make sure that it gives us, the district councilors, as well as the rest of the council, the ability to educate our constituents on what this means. I urge my fellow councilors to support this motion. I urge the city manager to treat this as he has and continue to treat that with a public emergency, a safety and public health lens. And I will add, this is also affecting our most vulnerable road users, or specifically those that rely on walking or bicycling or our wheelchair users to get around the city. Um, my second part of the order relates to the fact that we expect our Department of Transportation and Mobility to do a lot. And in the short 2 years that they have been in existence, I think they have done quite a lot, both in moving policy as well as responding to the thousands of orders, the work of the Traffic and Parking Committee, the Mobility Action. And I can't say enough how appreciative I am of their work. But their work doesn't happen in vacuum. And all the things that, as district councilors and councilors at large, we want to accomplish cost money. Speed bumps cost money. The last authorization from this council was $250,000 for speed humps. While Boston may have added thousands of them, that requires that we increase the allocations from our budget to make sure that we're supporting the work. The purpose of my order asking for a report as to the financial allocations that it takes to actually do this work is twofold. One is to educate the public as to the amount of money that it takes to do all the transformative changes that are so necessary to support this work and preserve the lives and well-being of our residents. Two is to educate ourselves as to the advocacy that's needed, both at the state level, at the federal level, but most importantly at budget time. So I'm hoping when that report comes back with the numbers, the work that's being done, and how much it would cost us to implement short-term and long-term measures, that we use that information to both manage expectations for our constituents and to make sure that we are supporting the work of this department along with the traffic division to the full extent financially that we can. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll address both items as well. With respect to 10E, I was thinking long and hard about the implications of the declaration of public health emergency. And I recall when that was issued in the past, there was some discussion about whether or not that shifted the balance of any of the authority of this council when a public health emergency is declared. So this doesn't affect 10F, but with respect to 10E, I'm going to use my personal privilege to hold the item, and I'd like to get information back from the city solicitor as to what the declaration of a public health and safety emergency, what's the impact of that when it comes to the authority that's delegated between the city manager and the city council. And second, on that issue, I was certainly on the council as many of my colleagues. I look around the room, Councilor Russell, Councilor King, Councilor Toomey, Councilor Mario Carlson, Councilor Clorio, and Mayor Petty. A number of years ago, when the issue came up about what can we do for the best practices in trying to address the issues on the roadway. And all of us collectively pursued at the time a rather original idea, which isn't so original, which was the speed hump. So I certainly, as a number of my colleagues I just mentioned, have been part and parcel of trying to come up with ways to prevent injury and death. And all of our hearts have to go out to children that are killed, just like they go out to elderly people that are killed, and anybody in between. We don't want deaths in the city. I just question whether or not the city of Worcester making that declaration is in our best interest if what's happening in Worcester is no different than what's happening in every other major city, particularly in Massachusetts, which is these are issues that need to be addressed, and there are many ways to go about addressing them. And I'm not sure what impact the declaration of a public health and safety emergency has on changing any of that. We need to look at road design, we need to look at lighting, we need to look at police personnel that can monitor traffic, and a whole host of many other things that go into making the city safer for everyone. And I would say that I do wish that under 10E, the vulnerable road users would have also included motorists, because there's certainly been a fair share of motorists injured, as well as pedestrians, bicyclists, and people in wheelchairs. Everybody deserves to be protected. And I look forward to getting the report back from the city solicitor with respect to 10E. With respect to 10F, I'm not going to address that because I think it's wise to start getting the information together, and we'll see what happens with 10E when we next meet. But I don't oppose 10F. But 10E, I'll do a personal hold on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I think we all express our condolences to the loss of life that has occurred. And, you know, pray for as full of recovery as possible for the individual injured. That being said, you know, I want to sign on to 10E, Mr. Chairman, in preparation for the next meeting in a month, a little over a month. And that's a significant amount of time. And while I understand and appreciate Council Bergman's request, I actually agree with getting a detailed report. I was going to simply ask through the chair to the administration, what is the understanding of what would a public health and safety declaration do in terms of funding, in terms of resources? What does it actually mean through the chair?
You want to get a written report on that?
I'd like a verbal response at the very least, if there's any inclination by the professionals that are here or our solicitor or anyone. I'd still like to see the report that Councilor asked for, but I would like some sort of, this has been on the agenda for a few days, understanding of what a declaration of a public health and safety emergency would do in terms of resources, capacities, funding. Is that such a thing, through the chair?
Through the chair of the council, I know I've been asked to prepare a more detailed report.
Of course.
But in short, a local declaration by the city manager does not bring with it any extraordinary powers that are not already in our normal course. So there's no quick way to do extra funding. It's just you declare it to bring awareness to it, and the manager then make directives to his administration to do certain things.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just ask the administration, is there a intergovernmental plan as it relates to pedestrian safety, vulnerable road user safety, that we have in play? So we've been doing a lot of stuff on the city side, right, with protected bike lanes, pedestrian safety, etc. Has there been any outreach to, on the state level, the federal level, any communication, any thing as it relates to funding or resources to date through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair of the council, the short answer is yes. There's a number of projects that we've sought out, whether they're state or federal grants. Some of them we've been awarded, some of them we have not been awarded. Part of the Vision Zero plan and the mobility transportation plan as part of the master plan is to give us a framework of how to approach the street redesigns and the infrastructure of our city. And so these plans are going to help be the guide, the roadmap for us as a community, as a body, as an administration, and also as a council to understand how we're going to move forward in implementing and redesigning some of our roadways. And so these plans are coming into fruition. There's significant work happening right now around Vision Zero and also around the mobility transportation plan that will then be presented to council. There's been a lot of a community engagement process as part of those plans. And so when that comes forward, that would give us an understanding and recommendations of what funding do we need to seek, what partnerships we need to build so that we can be able to put these plans forward. But short of that, we are working with state and federal delegations when there are particular projects that we're seeking funding, whether it's through earmarks, dollars, or federal grant applications that we're constantly working to try to offset some of the costs related to these projects.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that the council has is the ability through municipal operations and legislative affairs, or whatever it's called now, MLO, is to have an understanding of intergovernmental relations, Mr. Chairman. And what I would request, and this isn't specific to this particular item, but I would request any of that engagement the administration does that we get a quarterly report on. I know that, and it's my understanding that the city, as city councilors, we should be engaged in some of that work. I know the mayor is engaged in that work all the time, but I think it's important to keep us in the loop, right? So I know that there's grants and there's funding and there's you know intergovernmental affairs that relates with entities like DOT or other things. But this is more on sort of the interaction and engagement between the elected folks, because you sit there and you wonder, as I think was referenced, this seems like this is a crisis in the city, as indicated by Councilor Hodges' item 10E. It makes you wonder, where do we rank as a city? What resources does Governor Healy have for us? And if those communications have occurred, and we as individual councilors, as a collective body, as the mayor, if we want to advocate or lobby, we can certainly do that individually. But if there's something already going on, perhaps we can support it, or vice versa, Mr. Chairman. So some sort of just quarterly report back to the council, formally that could go to committee, perhaps, and then that could be taken up there if necessary as it relates to legislative affairs, or budgetary issues or legislation that could potentially impact this issue and others. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so
Mr. Chair, could the motion to suspend the rules, please?
hang on one second. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, when the report comes back, that Councilor Bergman has asked for, I want to ask the law department if they could specifically address in that report if any of the purview of any of these issues comes away from the council, whether it be to the manager or whether it even be to the Board of Health. If we declare a public health safety emergency, if that would trigger something, because I remember a controversy a couple of years ago over another issue, where the Board of Health decided that they were going to get involved in some issues that some of us were surprised that they were involved with at the level where they were involved. So I want to ask the law department ahead of time. I'm not advocating that they should be or they shouldn't be or whatever. Just like to know if they what will happen at that point and have that included in the report. Mr. Chairman, in District 3, we've had our share of fatalities, pedestrian fatalities, issues, fatalities and events and issues that I know I've advocated for changes. I know Representative Donahue has advocated strongly for some changes. And where our fatalities have appeared more than not has been on state highways. And Mr. Chairman, through you to the manager, my question also is that when we're talking about speed limits and any kind of thing, Councilor Carlson had a great item on, we just got done talking about working with the Department of Transportation, the State Office of Transportation, and where are our limitations? I remember when there was a death on Route 20 at the Auburn line in Quincy Village, near the mobile home park. There was some effort made where we wanted to do things about moving the light, moving crosswalks, and we were told, hey, it's a state highway. You can't tell the state it's something that has to come from them. We were able to put some streetlights in and make it a brighter area to, foster some more traffic safety, which was a good thing. But I'd just like to know in the form of a report when it comes back, just like where are the parameters here? Because, you know, when you look at it, I remember when we first started talking about the 25-mile-an-hour zone, I asked the staff member in the council office just to do some homework, maybe some other people in the council asked her to do the same kind of information at the time. But a lot of those fatalities were on state-numbered highways, whether it be Route 290, whether it be Route 20, whether it be roads like 122, et cetera. So I'd like to know, going forward, the rules that we're contemplating changing with speed limits for just one item, let alone anything else. What are our limitations dealing with these state labeled highways? You know, most of the streets, you think about, even like Grafton Street's Route 122. Are we limited here, or is it a different street? If someone could answer it now, I'd be happy to listen to it.
Wrong.
Thank you. Through the chair. So in Worcester, most of the state routes, other than the interstates and Route 20, are actually under local jurisdiction. So we have full authority for the design and operation of those roadways, including Route 122. The exceptions, as I said, are the interstates, State Route 146, Route 20, and then some small sections of other roadways.
So like Route 9, as it is on Belmont Street, is within the city purview?
Through the chair, that's correct, except for the signal at the intersection of Lake Ave and Belmont Street.
So if the city wanted to put a speed bump or a speed limit or whatever they want to do on Route 9 or Route 122, some of these smaller state-labeled highways, we have the right to do that. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct, within the parameters established by state and federal law, but yes, that's correct.
Okay, but again, the roads that are eliminated from that consideration are 290, 190, 140, and what else?
Sorry, through the chair, 146.
146.
I believe you said Route 20, which is correct. There's a small portion of Route 12, and then a few isolated intersections near the interstates.
Mr. Chairman, is that list available someplace? I'd appreciate it if the commissioner could share that with us. Because when we're talking about these issues going forward, it's good to know what areas are excluded. I'd love to see that written communication. It doesn't have to be a report, but just a simple email would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hijack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me for the second time. Just two couple quick things to provide some clarification and education for the Identification Council. When I use the term vulnerable road users, I'm pulling that from terminology from state law. So those, we talked about actually the poster that I held at the last meeting. Perhaps I'm happy to share that poster with Councilor Bergman. Those are folks that walk and bike. There are roadside workers, people using wheelchairs, scooters, skateboards, roller skates, and other micromobility devices, horse-drawn carriages, farm equipment. And for your information and the council's information, that comes from an act to reduce traffic fatalities, which passed in 2023. All I'm asking tonight is a symbolic gesture from the city manager to align the things that he has said publicly, along with the work of his department, that traffic violence is an issue in our city. The city of Boston adopted a resolution because of the reckless driving and speedy driving, and they had multiple fatalities just like we have. I really don't understand the hesitation and all this anxiety around the city manager publicly saying we are in a state of emergency, public health emergency and safety for our residents. If you would like me to put it as a resolution, if that comforts your feelings, I'm more than happy to do that. I'm not asking for anything specific. I'm not asking for a declaration from the state or from the federal government. I'm simply asking the city manager to declare a symbolic gesture of calling what we are currently experiencing, the death of our kids and vulnerable road users on our streets, a public health and safety emergency. That is all I'm asking. And again, I heard the city solicitor say this doesn't come with anything other than a symbolic gesture that we can actually use as we educate our constituents on behaviors on the roads, which I know that all of us care as district councilors and as at-large city councilors. So if you'd like me to put that as a resolution to be adopted to make sure that you are 100% ensured that I'm not asking for a federal declaration of emergency, I'm happy to do that. I just don't understand the hesitation in putting more roadblocks to something that should be innate and it should be done expeditiously by all of us.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to preface my comment by simply saying there was a reference made earlier that perhaps, I think they were referencing the Board of Public Health, had made a controversial declaration of public health some time ago. I just want to state that that declaration was that racism is a public health issue. That was the declaration. That's a fact. It was and it is. It is and it was. There's no controversy about that fact, Mr. Chairman. And the fact of the matter is, as it relates to this particular order, for me, this declaration makes sense. It's the council asking for a declaration, which means that we make this administration makes this a top priority. A top priority, as referenced by a number of folks. We've been dealing with this challenge as relates to vulnerable road users and pedestrian safety and the like for quite some time. And when it hits district by district by district, it seems overwhelming, I think, to the general public and to us at times as elected officials. This declaration will lift up this issue, and I would expect and anticipate that would also not just be reflected in funding, but also in enhanced implementation of any measures to make things safer, Mr. Chairman. So again, I certainly also would like to see a report regarding the question that Councilor Bergman asked, but this is an easy one for me. We could do both, but to ask the city manager to set this aloft is appropriate, and I appreciate the order.
Thank you. So the E has been held. We're going to send F to the city manager off the request for reports. Roll call.
And my amendment, sorry, Mr. Chair.
What was that?
Sorry, I made a motion for the public survey to be concluded.
Okay,
Yep. Thank you very much.
We'll get a report back on that too. Roll
I
call.
need that in the form of a motion, actually, not in form of a report.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Florio?
Yes.
Councilor G.A.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Mian?
Yes.
Councilor Ada?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Toomey?
To state that how grateful I am to Councilor Florio for the diligence that she had in having all of those hearings. That was a lot of work and a lot of effort, and she deserves credit for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are on G. Request the mayor to identify as soon as possible a funding source to provide a permanent solution to lighting issues occurring at Tiverton Field. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item was brought to me by someone I've known for many years, who's been involved with baseball here in the city. I know that they reached out to Councilor, I think, Carlson, and the mayor. And I've spoken with a number of folks, I'm sure that the other electeds have as well, who were emailed on this. And I'm quite confident this will be addressed. I can tell you this, there was some folks that reached out to me that wanted to make sure that I stated that the Parks Department has been doing an amazing job with the baseball fields. that particular field as well. This is not a reflection necessarily of that, but this is a reflection of an ongoing issue that we haven't gotten to that we need to prioritize. And that's what this is. Looking forward to it being rectified and us identifying the appropriate resources. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll send that to the manager. Roll call.
Chairman?
Councilor
I'd
Russell.
like to sign on to that since it's in District 3.
Councilor Russell's name will be signed on, all the rest of us, I put my name on it. And I think it's a supply chain issue too on the part. But I'd like to find out. The quicker the better, like Councilor King said. Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Florio?
Yes.
Council G.A.?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Mia?
Yes.
Council Ito?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Request the manager provide the council with a feasibility study relative to the best course of action to repair or replace the pedestrian bridge connecting Illinois Street, Crystal Street, and Canterbury Street. Councilor Ito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'll be brief, but I had a neighborhood meeting actually, and Commissioner Fink was there as well as our colleague, our chief of staff, and speaking with the residents that have been there, some of them have been there 30 years, and the bridge is really important to them to get over to the other side. I just want to speak on something that was unfortunate though, and maybe this goes to Councilor King's, I believe it was his order or something, I can't find it just yet. But in talking with the residents, there was a landlord that owns several properties in that neighborhood who came in and was very upset about me having the meeting, and it was just his opportunity to push his concerns of what we're doing here at City Hall as far as taxes and things like that go. So my concern to him was, I had asked him if there was any of his residents that live in this neighborhood there at the meeting. He said no. I asked him why, and he said they wouldn't come, and that he feels as though he doesn't have a voice. He doesn't live in the city, and he was. It got kind of out of control. It got ugly to the point where he actually put his hands on me. I don't want to say grab me, but pushed my shoulder. Bigger gentleman. And long story short, I had to call the police because the residents in the neighborhood saw that and they weren't happy about that. So I ended up having to call the police to save him. Fortunately for him, he left right before the police showed up. So this is an area that the people in that neighborhood care about what goes on in their neighborhood. What was amazing to me was to see the relationships that they already have with the police in the neighborhood. They know this officer, they have a nickname for him, they call him Chuchi. I think it's a pretty funny nickname. But when he showed up, he was surprised. He was like, "You have issues with the people that live around here?" And I said, "No, actually, it's a gentleman that just left." And so they were really supportive. I really want to support them. It's not too far from where I live as well, so I drive by it really often. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what we can do with that. Like I said, the residents, they need, right? It's a long walk either way. It's an easier walk. It'd be nice if they fix it or however they're going to repair it. There is lighting already in there, but there was obviously concerns with the drug use and stuff like that in there. But the residents said that that's something that they're able to manage and control. But when it was shut down, they just couldn't do it because they weren't supposed to be on the bridge. People that are on the bridge are some of the drug users, people that know that not to be on it. So I really hope we can take a really good look into this, and I want to be able to get back to the residents as soon as possible to get just let them know that we've had this conversation and those things are moving in a positive direction. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. I'm very familiar with what the council is referencing. My daughter lived right there in that apartment building for some time with her mom. Is that bridge all ours? You know what I'm talking about, where he's talking about? Through the chair. Is that all cities? Is there, there's a railroad track there?
To the council, there's, I think it's ours. but I'm not 100% sure, so I'll be happy to come back as part of this report to give a better analysis of jurisdiction within that bridge.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Maybe we can amend it to include, you know, whether or not whoever is responsible for the railroad and tracks can pitch in as it relates to that. And I know we had the issue over on Hurd Street. Maybe we can figure out how sound that structure is. And also just the motion that we take a look at our bridges and our infrastructure. We get a report back on the status of the city's infrastructure. Just generally, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to sign on to this.
Okay, so we will send that to the manager as amended. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Gloria?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yeah.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ada?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, next is request of manager, request Commissioner of Public Works and Parks to replace the missing street sign from Norwood Drive, the entrance of Rollingwood Drive. Councilor Bergman?
As it reads.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Gloria?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ada?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Next is request the manager, request Commissioner of Transportation Mobility to provide increased parking enforcement signage along Banana Beach to ensure cars do not park in the buffer in the bike lane. Councilor Hyde.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Gloria?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ada?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Request the city manager to consider allowing city residents who have small pickup trucks with a commercial license plate the ability to drop off their personal yard waste at Newbury Street drop-off facility. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to take I and M, also,
Sure.
L and M, excuse me.
Yep. Request the manager to consider allowing large items like furniture and mattresses to be dropped off to the Newbury Street facility without an appointment. Councilor Russell requests that the manager conduct a monthly street sweeping program in the city urban neighborhoods that indicates staff using weed rollers to ensure litter is cleaned by said sweeping vehicles. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take the last one first, 10M, dealing with this. I'm just looking for some action from the administration about the litter problem in our urban neighborhood. That's pretty much it. This is my suggestion. I had coffee with the manager this morning for my monthly meeting, and I said, if it sounds crazy, come up with, tell me what else we can do. Because I need something that, I need to tell the residents of the urban neighborhoods that we're making progress in the litter issue in those urban neighborhoods. It would make sense to me that when we're sweeping the streets and we sweep them on a more frequent basis, it would also make sense that not to just sweep around vehicles. And I know it would be too much of an ask to do a sweeping on a monthly basis like you do seasonally, you know, with towing cars and moving vehicles around and that kind of thing. So I think something has to be done, whether it's with the leaf blower, whether it's with staff, something needs to be done, and I'll ask for that to go to the administration. Mr. Chairman, on the other two items, I've asked multiple times for the facility on Newbury Street to be open for drop-off of large bulk items without an appointment. Again, we're still working on an appointment basis. I'm struggling to see why, because when I go there, or family members go there, there's always availability to go in, and we still have a problem with people tossing things on the side of the road that they could have gotten rid of at that facility. Mr. Chairman, the first item, K, was brought to my attention again multiple times in the last few months from people. You know, if you're a tradesman, you're obligated to put a commercial plate on your vehicle. So if you're an electrician, if you're a plumber, if you're, you know, doing plowing a few of your neighbors' driveways with a little F-150 or 250 or something similar, you have to, even if you have your name on the outside of that vehicle, you just have to have a commercial license plate. But what we're doing is we're basically saying that anyone that's got a commercial license plate, that they can't come in and drop their yard waste from their own yard. I want to be perfectly clear. I'm not talking about anything larger than a small pickup truck, and I'm not talking about any waste from any commercial properties or otherwise. I'm just asking for the people that are the working class people that have a small truck that they're mandated by state law to have a commercial plate on it, that we have some kind of a system other than just telling them no, that they can't come. There should be something that they could sign, they could show their ID, show their residence. The people at the gate they don't have to be detectives to figure out if somebody's running a commercial business and they keep coming back and back and back. But if somebody's cleaning their yard and they want to use their own vehicle that happens to have a commercial plate on it, I don't see why we're telling them they can't use the facility. So I move that goes to the administration also, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councilor Russell, Councilor King.
Mr. Chairman, I got to tell you, this is another very, very frustrating matter as it relates to 10L. Something I've been pushing for, the council's been pushing for, other folks have been pushing for in prior administrations. In this administration, Mr. Chairman, we've asked that the hours be expanded at Millbury Street. Ballard Street over there, and also over by at the other location. Now, I personally brought my own yard waste, as they call it, over there in the past, and there's no one there, Mr. Chairman. There's no one there, and they won't take you because you don't have an appointment. Now, in the prior administration, they indicated that they didn't want to go to this no appointment system because years and years ago, there were concerns about traffic backup on the street. And I can tell you that due to the lack of accessible hours, that the traffic backs up when they are open. It'd be less backed up perhaps if we had more options. I've asked in the past, well, what would the financial cost be for at least piloting this during the high point seasons of use, and we've yet to get that, Mr. Chairman. I'm not quite sure what the barrier is as it relates to accessing this without an appointment. I mean, I certainly think that the appointment process has some merits. I've been told there's been a past issue with money. I'm not quite sure. I just want to ask you, Chair, to the administration, what is your understanding of the barrier of increasing access for these sorts of things? Given the current hours, sometimes I've had to drive 2 weeks with stuff in my car because I haven't had the ability to get there because the hours are limited. What is the barrier to expanding to allow things such as large items to be dropped off without an appointment, or regular sized items to be dropped off without an appointment? What is the barrier through the chair?
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, the commissioner and I heard loud and clear this council body on this request, and we've had multiple conversations, and right now we're working on a plan to address that. I'm trying to move as quickly as possible to present something to this council, but ever since I took office, this is something that we've been very intentional about. There's a number of barriers that we're working through. One is it's operationalizing this work on a multiple number of days and having the appropriate staff there available to receive the people that are coming in, to then be able to dump the stuff, etc. The other barrier is we don't have the technology in the booth, so if someone comes in and has to pay $5 for whatever it is to drop something off, we don't have the technology in the booth right now to be able to swipe your card. It has to be either cash or check. And so that's why right now the system is you have an appointment and you pay, online, or bring, cash or check there. And so we're looking at those barriers, we're looking at those challenges. We have some ideas. That we're going to bring forward to this council body that will alleviate not only looking at expanding the dates, but also bringing technology to provide more accessibility to our residents. I know that, this is a sense of urgency, and we've been very hard at work in trying to understand those challenges and put some things in place. There's potential some conversations here with regarding staffing, in terms of hours and times of the day. That again, we're looking at not only the level of staffing, but also the current staffing and whether we could be able to do that as well. But again, we're going to be coming forward with a plan that addresses all of that to this council body.
Mr. Chairman, through the chair, could you just state for the public what the current hours are for a drop over on Millbury Street?
Mr. Mayor, you might not know. Mr. Mayor?
Through the chair to the council, I don't know the exact hours off the top of my head, but I know Wednesdays and Saturdays are the current days that are allowed for people to do a drop off. Wednesdays is in the afternoon. My understanding is there's sometime in the afternoon, but usually Saturday is where is the morning, has allowed the morning to the afternoon. But I don't know the exact time. I can definitely bring that back forward as part of our recommendation when we're looking to make enhancements and changes to the drop off center.
Thank you. I just got the opportunity to pull it up here. It looks like 8:30 to 7 on Wednesdays, and then Saturdays and Sundays 9 to 5, 9 to 4. And that's extremely limited. And you have to understand the consternation, Mr. Chairman. I'm in year 9. We've been asking for this, and we've been promised adjustments for 9 years. And you know, it just makes sense. And I understand some technology pieces. And I would recommend that we take the short steps first. We don't have to wait and wait and wait. There's some things we can do now. You know, I know also over on Clark Street and Chandler Street, there's also limited hours. And I'm also understanding that folks sometimes drive up over there on Chandler and they just dump it anyway. So it's very clear that all the indications are there. Let's get something going quickly, you know, in the short term. I appreciate this. I'd like to sign on.
Mr. Manager?
Just as I stated, we're working diligently to make sure this brings us forward. We don't want to be too quickly to bring something forward that then collapses, and then there's conversations of inefficiencies in the way we deliver service. We want to create a more systemic approach that allows more efficiency in the way for people to use. I also understand there's been a discussion for 9 years. I'm in my role a year and a half, and the commissioner's been in his role about 3 years. So again, we're working diligently since I took this office to come forward and bring forward a solution, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Mr. King?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to gently reiterate. There are some steps we can take in the short term that will have a positive impact on the long term. I want to make it very clear, this isn't throwing everything to abandon. This is something that we've been talking about for 9 years, at least a year and a half now in this administration, and previously. So this needs to get done. You know, if we're here in November, perhaps even September, October, we're still talking about this, you know, I think it's going to be a heightened conversation. We should really move on this, and I can't emphasize it more. I just want to make sure this isn't about being careless or cautious or inefficient. There's some things we can do right now. Let's do them.
Okay, just, I'm going to send those.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Yeah, I agree with Councilor King, and I understand where the city manager's at, right? We have to do our due diligence. We have to make sure it doesn't blow up in our face, right? With some other things that have happened in the past. I'm just suggesting maybe in the meantime, while you're working through this process, of just adding another day, if that helps out, or even half a day. Just again, in the meantime, while you come up with whatever the next plan is. I think adding a day, half a day, again, something very small, something easier, and maybe have to be later in the day as well. Like Councilor King, I do my yard work, I try to help out here and there, and sometimes 5 o'clock is too late for me, or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, you know what I mean? So, you know, if it's gonna be half a day, or if it's another day, you know, just make sure to keep in mind that, you know, maybe 6 or 7 o'clock will be a little easier. But I do agree, it's tough to drive around the district or the city and find, you know, see a couch here, see a couch there. There's times where, to be honest with you, I wish I had my own truck. I just pick it up, throw it in the back, but then it probably stay there for another month. But just looking to find a way to just add another day. I think that can help the situation as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if council over here, has his own truck, he better make sure he doesn't have a commercial plate on that truck. But, last time we looked at this, and we had that conversation under the previous city manager, he had said that we're only collecting like $30,000 a year there. So I would hope that the administration would keep in mind what the numbers are. If those numbers are still that small that we're generating, I mean, we just put a line over at the DPW yard for technology in the booth. That was $70,000. Are we going to spend that kind of money? I mean, let's contemplate just getting it open. Even if it means giving that service away for free. I really think it's something we need to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll move on. Move all items to the manager.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Manager, and Councilor Russell, and Mr. Manager for the report. I know Commissioner Fink was here a few months ago saying how you just said evaluating the whole system, so looking forward to a good report to come back. Okay, take those items collectively. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Gloria?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Ian?
Yes.
Councilor Hida?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, request the manager solicit ideas through the crowdsourcing when determining the failure, the future fate and creative repurposing of the Ernest A. Johnson Tunnel. Further request city manager explore funding sources for the tunnel, such as rental and naming rights. Councilor Burke?
This has come up in previous meetings regarding somewhat iconic, not infamous, Ernest Johnson Tunnel. I mean, I think all of us remember when we first discovered it. It's like, where does this go? And of course, there's a history behind it. And my knowledge of what's going on with it probably similar to everyone else on the council through the newspaper and through some conversations with some department heads, but it seems like we're at a crossroad with whether or not we're going to try to save it, how much is that going to cost, or whether we're going to try to block it up and eliminate it, what's the cost of that. I would just encourage the city manager, I know wind development may have some air rights which may impact what we can or can't do with the tunnel, but I would just encourage the manager, and that's the purpose of this order, to try to be creative about that tunnel. I've kind of researched this, as others I'm sure have too. Other communities have done such things as having leasing rights and naming rights to areas like that, and may be available or advantageous to keep it for additional parking. I went to an event there about 5 years ago, sponsored by, I think it was Preservation Worcester, where they had tables and chairs, lighting, they served dinner, and actually artwork on the walls, and people could go in and get food, and they could decide if they wanted to purchase some artwork, and it may be a great location for an artist gallery. So there are options. I'm not suggesting that the city spend more money than it's worth to save it. But what I am suggesting is, before we decide not to save it, we explore funding sources and creative opportunities to save it. It is an iconic part of downtown Worcester, and although many of us probably don't use it on a regular basis, I think we hate to see it go, and we certainly embrace it staying with the new use that makes sense for the city. Thank you.
Councilor Burke, made a suggestion, we'd like to send that to Public Works. We had a report come back maybe a month ago that talked about the costs of the fixing the tunnel. Do you want to send that there so we have a discussion?
Yeah, I think I'm referring to that report when I'm talking about the article, but if Councilor Russell doesn't mind taking it, I certainly think that's a good idea.
Councilor King?
Mr. Chairman, I certainly am very hesitant to ever support eliminating that tunnel. I do think it's a big part of downtown. I think when you talk about pedestrian safety, vulnerable road users, traffic congestion, motor vehicle safety, motorcycle safety, if you think about how Hamilton Streets intersects, I don't know if it's Grove Street, whatever street that is, that comes into Main Street by the old courthouse, and then when you're leaving and you're cutting across those 4 lanes, the traffic there is horrible. The traffic lights are deplorable. In addition to that, when you're coming down Highland Street, when they reconfigured that and they, made 2 left turns onto the street right before the police station there, I don't know if it's Lincoln or what have you. But that merging is very dangerous. It's not a good flow there when you're trying to stay straight. When you're coming off the two lanes coming off a Highland. And this takes you right underneath. It avoids the pedestrians. It avoids the congestion. And I think we should do all we can. And I don't think that some sort of report that indicates some astronomical number should necessarily deter us. We know that all of our infrastructure is in need of repair. We know that there's resources to do that, Mr. Chairman. I know my colleague had indicated that Black Panther was filmed underneath there, I believe. Perhaps we rename that Wakanda Tunnel. I don't know. But I think we should do all we can to preserve it. I think it does help. And I think as you see all of the additional apartments and affordable apartments that are coming online on Main Street, on the Grove Street area, that's a conducive way to avoid traffic and to avoid vulnerable road users for a portion of that. And Short's not used because it was intermittently closed. I think we should do all we can in terms of making sure that stays. And if there is, in fact, a wind investment interest, Mr. Chairman, I'd like a report on that. Because that certainly shouldn't be a detriment. Wind development has a lot of other litigation and things to be worried about at this time. So they should perhaps be very workable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we'll send that to the Public Works and then get a report back. Off the report, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Gia?
No.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Diane?
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Chairman, that was on K. Which ones were those? That was just on the one item, right? Okay.
That was on the top. That was on N. So we are on O. Request the manager, request the Commissioner of Public Works and Parks provide the council with an update concerning the alternatives being considered for replacing the iconic and antique brick sidewalks on Germain Street, as well as design costs and timetable anticipated for same. Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, some of the theme tonight, for me at least, is trying to do some deep thought into preservation. You heard from a number of the neighbors that live in the Germain Street and Germain Street area. And there are streets throughout the city that do have the old character. We just have, I think, at least one street left in the city with cobblestone. We have gas lanterns throughout the city, much less than we used to, but they still make a statement about where our city was and where it came from and how it's evolved. And I think a lot of people appreciate the historic nature of some of these items. You have to look at Beacon Hill. What makes Beacon Hill so beautiful in Boston? The brick streets, the cobblestone, and the some of the gas lights as well. So there is value in keeping things in neighborhoods that may be old, but they also may still be practical. And it seems like some of the options that are being provided for what to do on Germain Street are limited as far as the options that would make the neighborhood feel like the historic history of their properties was being maintained. So I'm simply asking that city manager work with the Commission of Public Works and Parks and provide an update on the alternatives and the timeframes that are being considered as far as addressing the sidewalks on Germain Street, as well as design and the cost of the options for several different designs. I was made aware of at least two different options. Sounds like one of the options kind of defaulted. If we can't find old brick, we'll put in new brick or stamp brick. And I don't think that's I'm not a historical architect, but it seems to me that wouldn't be a good fit. And it seems to me that if we did a little bit extra and try to get it right, we can maintain the character of that neighborhood and also maintain the character of the older neighborhoods in our city by sending a message that we do care how things look. And if we can afford it, we should do it in a way that enhances the neighborhood. So looking for a report back, hopefully in August. Hopefully nothing happens between now and then on Germain Street, because I think it's fair for us to kick around the ideas and the options before any final decisions are being made. I think it's a democratic thing to do, and I think it's what the neighbors would like to see us do, and I hope we're able to do that. Thank you, Mr.
Councilor
Chairman.
Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my colleague for filing that. And I was just looking at the policy that the city of Boston had, especially where they have so many historic areas. And certainly Jermaine Street is in a historic district. In Boston's policy, they say that in historic districts, existing sidewalks that are brick shall be reconstructed with wire cut bricks on a bed of asphalt or concrete. With the following exceptions: existing sidewalks that are concrete should be reconstructed with concrete. If the sidewalk is greater than 5 feet, constructed of concrete, the path of travel include a brick feature strip, which is another option that was suggested, but, and it says when repairing small areas of existing brick, the bricks may be replaced in kind with mortar joints. And for sections of sidewalk where the entire width is to be replaced, then wire cut bricks with non-mortar joints over a bed of asphalt shall be used. And it's my understanding that a wire cut is more angular, more straight planes, as opposed to like what we look at, the older tumbled type bricks. So it probably provides for greater stability in the thing. But clearly, it's a historic district, and I think we should look at how it's being done. Salem's another area that has historic brick sidewalks and streets, so we should take a look at those. Thank you.
Thank you. So just send that to the manager. Councilor Pacello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Councilor Bergman and Councilor King for your guidance on this. Commissioner Raleigh has been really helpful working with the neighborhood, and it's great to see a neighborhood that's so engaged and they care so much about their community and their street. You know, I'm looking forward to the timeline and getting answers for people, and I think it'll be really nice when we can just get these sidewalks figured out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor King.
Mr. Chairman, just for context, these sidewalks weren't neglected by the city for many, 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 many years. And as they were neglected, we paved over them. I've talked previously, we brought forward the item from DPW. I don't know what committee it went to, or if it went to a committee. If not, I'll make a motion that the DPW policy, ordinance, or regulation or permitting process that requires the city, when you remove one type of surface that's replaced with a like surface. We went over that here in council, and that didn't happen. We didn't repair that particular brick with brick. We paved over with asphalt, Mr. Chairman, and that was because of neglect. I want to be very clear. I support a complete restoration. I want to make sure folks are well aware of that, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've seen the two renditions of a little bit of brick here, less brick here, in the two pictures, but we certainly ought to do this. I know that when we lost the cobblestones going towards Table Talk, I don't know if that's Tanner Street or not, but next to the Boys and Girls Club, Gardner Street, that was a loss. I mean, for me, I used to be over there all the time, over by Kilby and what have you. And I don't know how to explain it, but it certainly is a character matter. And I would ask, Mr. Chairman, because I know, you know, there's going to be numbers and finances and funding involved. I've asked that we seek out funding for this. I know that there's from last I recall, that there was, the neighbor was looking into another sort of historic distinction. But in addition to that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask by way of a motion that the city also considers phasing in of the bricks, given potential funding challenges. Perhaps we go incrementally. But from what I've seen, those two renditions don't sit well with me. Perhaps they do with some of the other councilors, but they don't with me. You know, and I won't be supporting them, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank all the folks who have done a lot of work on this, a lot of councilors who've done it. Councilor Bergman, Councilor Solo, Council Russell's been helpful, Council Corey, I believe, Council Toomey, and more. But we can do this. Sometimes little things matter, and this is one of those little things. Thanks you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Russell?
I'll make it quick. Two things. Katie Silverstein, I believe is her name. The word she used when she came to the microphone tonight, she said disconnect. There's a disconnect between what's being said in this room and what the options are that are being provided. And there's also a disconnect from the longstanding policy that I always thought was in place from replacing what was there. That's always been the policy, whether it was concrete or whether it was asphalt or whatever. When we did a street, we always did it. So obviously, maybe the price on this is the moon, but if it's we need to find out what it is, and we need to see if there's been a change in policy from the administration, or if it's a change in policy that needs to come from the council. But it was always, to be honest with you, I don't know which one it was. Maybe Mr. Trainer or somebody else can educate me, but it was always our policy. Because I remember Councilor Bill Eddy had an item on a million years ago trying to change that policy, and it didn't go anywhere. Actually, he had an item on it said if we're doing a street, because right now that policy basically leaves us with patchwork. It leaves us with subsections that are blacktop and some sections that are concrete. So I'd like to get the background on this too, in the form of a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I think we always had a policy to replace the same as. I think it started back over 20 years ago when Elm Park used to be a cement sidewalks, and one day we filled up and it was tar.
Well, like everything else, we're finding out, was there an ordinance? I don't know. I'd like to find out.
I think it comes down to money and cost. Yep, sometimes. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will send that to the manager with the reports or roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Gloria,
Yes.
Council GA,
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ida,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, request the manager conduct fees and fines assessment, provide the council with a report detailing fees and fine collections, the areas and demographics more impacted, and how to reduce and address financial barriers to alleviate the burden of municipal fees and fines for our vulnerable and low-income residents. Councilor Nguyen.
Can we also take 10Q?
Thank you. Provide the council with a report detailing the feasibility of creating an equitable traffic fine reform, including but not limited to creating a low-income payment plan, providing a discount and/or waiving late fees and lines for opting to this community instead of residents 150% below the federal poverty line. Councilor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief on this. I've been doing some research on fees and fines reform for a while now, and with the work of the Policy Link folks, and trying to find local solutions for our residents. And in their report, there are many mottos. And, one thing that they point out is that fines and fees have devastated the lives of millions of Americans, trapping them into a cycle of poverty and punishment. These impacts fall most heavily in low-income communities and communities of color. And of course, fines and fees are not necessarily discriminatory just by the system, but we also want to ensure that they do not place a disproportionate burden on vulnerable communities. And that's what I'm hoping to address. We want fines and fees that are proportionate to the action and not a punishment-based model. Especially as our city grows, I think it's something that I've heard many counselors talk about, parking tickets and stuff like that. But that's just one of the examples that is happening now as it becomes more a part of our revenue. So for an example, parking is probably roughly $1.50 an hour. And if we ticket people $15 for non-payment, that's already 10 times the amount that they would have paid, which to me is more of a punishment price versus a price that actually seems manageable for some folks. And I believe we actually charge more than $15. And so for folks who didn't have the $15 and then a late fee is applied, or, for example, I talked with someone who worked downtown, and, in their 8-hour shift, they would have to run back and forth to pay for their tickets. And sometimes they're missing it because a customer is there. And so I think there's ways in which, we can actually do on our end an equitable system. And once again, this isn't to say that people don't have to pay or that they don't have consequences for their actions. I think it's about figuring out ways that could support people who are disproportionately impacted by this. And so now I think is a very good time for us to really look at equitable system, as well as just really assessing multiple routes of our fees and fines and how to find ways of alleviating and finding different alternatives for people so that we could have a city that flourishes economically, but also isn't at the expense of people who are already vulnerable. Thank you.
Councilor King?
Mr. Chair, we talked a lot about affordability and equity tonight, and we have over the last few terms. I want to sign on to this. I think this is a great order. I know that back in right before COVID, I think back in February 2020 or so, I was looking into this. They were doing this stuff in Boston, and COVID hit. And, I think that when you think about some of the financial challenges, I know folks in my family, I know folks who are constituents as well, who also work downtown, and are having extreme difficulty with all of the ticketing that's going on. I do know that we are generating revenue from ticketing it. We need as much revenue as possible. However, when you think about what it really means right now in these times, Mr. Chairman, what it means is it could be a decision on pay the ticket or buy food, pay the ticket or pay for my child's copay for medication that's tiered. Those sorts of life decisions are challenging. I'd really like to see us eliminate online transaction fees. I don't know if we still have them, but we shouldn't. I certainly think that accountability is important, but these late fees, in addition to any issue you may have at the registry, is a bit too much. Certainly by the time it's time to register, you probably have to figure something else, and there's some penalties there. But this simply makes sense. It literally could be food on the table you're making a decision about. And I've had meetings recently with the city manager on the wealth gap here in our city. We've met with some partners from that are working federally. We've met with some community groups, and this will go a long way. I really think we should look at these fees, and I'm very thankful that Councilor Nguyen is point guarding this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to sign off.
Okay, thank you. So we can send that, it's intriguing. We'll send that to the manager. And not sure where I sit on it, but we might, it's something to talk about and bring back. And it's not $15, it's $30. And as I know from experience, but so send. Well, I think it's an accountability issue, like you were saying, and but yeah, I'm not sure where the balance on this is, but we'll get a report back and make a decision. All those in favor, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council GA?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo? Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the manager, request the Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility conduct a traffic study on Piedmont Street between Pleasant and Chandler to determine ways to which traffic patterns can be adjusted to calm speeding in the area. Council Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just to be quick, that's in the neighborhood I grew up in. I'm currently working there now in the morning hours. I run 6 weeks of free programming for the kids in the neighborhood, free clinics, and a lot of residents have come up to me, knowing now that I'm a city councilor in that area, have really expressed their concern about Piedmont Street in the speeding. Again, it's a neighborhood I grew up in, walked the neighborhood many times, and definitely a lot of speeding that goes on. So just really concerned, and obviously what's just taking place most recently throughout the city with unfortunately what took place up on, I believe it was Lincoln Street, the young girl, and then on Belmont Street as well. So just to try to get ahead of things, and hopefully we can slow some of this stuff down and keep people safe. So thank you.
Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Dodgier? Mr. King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Mr. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, request the manager consider combining the Major Taylor Museum and the Major Taylor statue to one location. Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This shouldn't need the explanation it's about to get, but it will get that explanation. There is a museum on 2 Main Street in Worcester, which is dedicated in the lobby. I was just there today to Major Taylor, and then the monument at the Worcester Public Library. I don't know if it's a mile away, but it's a good distance away. Dedicated to Major Taylor. If you go to the monument, it makes no mention of the museum, and if you go to the museum, it makes no mention of the monument. And it seems to me that it's a huge disservice to both, because neither the museum patrons know about the monument, or at least not told about it, and the people that see the monument don't know about the museum. So I did have some conversations with Mr. Homer at the library a number of months ago. Actually, I think it was probably right after re-election in November. Could have been December, January. And I'm not going to speak for him, but he also had the sense that it would be nice to have more items related to Major Taylor at the library, so that people that come and see the monument can also celebrate a lot more of the story that exists at the museum. I certainly appreciate Trinity having the museum at the old courthouse. I don't think the museum has to go anywhere, but there's just not a lot of original items at the museum that can't be duplicated and brought over to the library. So I just think having the library resources at the museum resources at the library would just magnify the story in a much better way than having them spread apart without any communication between either entity that the other exists. So that's all I'm asking for. It wasn't an attempt, nor does it say to disregard Major Taylor's location. I think the monument at the library is a good choice. I think there's a lot of traffic flow there. And I think because his life is educational, it belongs at the library. But I do think that the museum being so far away doesn't make sense, or at least not having more material from the museum located near the statue. So that's what the ask is. It seems to maybe have been more of an effort than it was worth, given the reception that some people have given it, but the intent was there to do the right thing.
Thank you. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure what the reception has been, but I can certainly tell you my perspective on this. I know that I don't know all the details regarding how it ended up where it is, Mr. Chairman. I also agree that that particular location outside of the library, the statue is a good place for the statue. Now, I've been working with a group for quite some time, Professor Doughton, who's passed away, and some other folks on the Black History Trail. We've currently been, once again, discussing with stakeholders from Holy Cross and other locations, continuing to expand the Black History Trail. Part of that, I believe, involves sort of the connectiveness that the council is referencing, Mr. Chairman. Now, this is a process that's ongoing. And, I agree that, one not mentioning the other is a disservice to all. And I think that's a quick fix. I think that's a really quick fix on both locations, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that by way of a motion that we do exactly that. As far as moving, it sounds like what I'm hearing, Major Taylor Museum to the library or vice versa. I really think that, at this point, we should have more community participation from folks in the Black community as relates to this historic figure of said community, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure what to do with the item. I don't want to send a message that I support this because I'm not sure. What I do know is that there should be connections. And right now, there is some work by the Black History Trail Committee, who just met a week or so ago. And, maybe I'd maybe like to hold this for now, while I bring this to them and see what their perspectives are as well. Um, and I don't know what the feedback has been. I don't really know. This is just me seeing this, just a day or so ago. So I'd like to hold this, Mr. Chairman.
Want to hold it?
I'd like to hold it, and I would just like a motion well, we'll just hold it for now, but I certainly would just publicly restate that museum should be more interactive and engaged, and the location of the statue should also provide indications of where the museum is, what it is, and all those things as part of this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to hold it.
It's going to be held under privilege. I'll be doing so, Council here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick. Yeah, I believe there could be, Council King talking to your the community you're working with, maybe something along the line. I know Council Bergman was asking if there's other items, that can be used along the trail or in between that continues on speaking about Major Taylor. So maybe that's something that they can look into. Hopefully, Council King's paying attention to me.
Go ahead. You can go ahead.
I'll write it down. I'll send it to airplane paper. But something like that, where it could be sent along the way, where there's items along the way from in between both locations. So thank you, and he'll read the notes.
Okay. Okay, we're going to hold on to the privilege and ask for the report. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
What are we voting on? Hold?
on the
Other
report.
reports?
Oh,
No,
okay.
it was under privilege.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Yen,
Yes.
Councilor Hayda,
Yes.
Councilor Solo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the city manager, request the Commissioner of Public Works and Parks and Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility consider increasing the amount of neighborhood streets needed to be resurfaced to the next construction season. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This last year has been a little bit of a challenge with getting our street resurfacing done. So given the fact that we're so late in the season, what has been chosen for the picks that will go forward to the construction folks, I think what will wind up happening is we're at best maybe going to be lucky to get 50% of that done. So what I'm asking is for the city manager to take a look at in the next construction season if we could, I don't necessarily want to say double what we've done, but certainly look at doing many more streets. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You were perfect. Thank you. Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to sign on, and whether the council wants this as a amendment or not, I'd like to request that we also start earlier in the year for our construction season, because I think that will help, especially where we've had such mild winters and earlier springs. So whatever the desire of my colleague is, whether it's a separate amendment or part of it, that's fine.
It's perfect.
Okay.
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, we could start in February, would be great.
Okay. Everybody wants to sign on? Okay, as amended. So we'll send that to the manager with the report and as amended with everybody's signature. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Council King, Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hida,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, request the manager, request the Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility conduct a feasibility study turning Hunnell's Road into one-way street. Council Pasillo.
As it reads.
Perfect. Roll call.
Council Bergman, Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Gia,
Yes.
Council King, Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hida,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the manager, request the Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility explore traffic calming measures along Lincoln Street from the Rotary at Benson Ave and Bolson Street to the Target Plaza. Council Pasillo.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Gia,
Yes.
Council King, Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hida,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request of the city manager, request Commissioner of Public Works and Parks improve street lighting in the area between 540 and 560 Lincoln Street. Council Pasillo.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Council Bergman, Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Gia,
Yes.
Council King, Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hida,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell, Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, request the city manager to meet with the proper representatives from Stop and Shop Supermarket concerning the company's plan to close the Lincoln Street Stop and Shop and about the store from closing. Further request the city manager provide council with a report concerning the conversations and progress regarding the status of the Lincoln Street Stop and Shop. Council Pasillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I'm sure we all know, part of a larger downsizing, 32 Stop and Shops are closing across 5 New England states. It's 8 stores in Massachusetts. And this includes Lincoln Street and the one in Shrewsbury. I want to start by thanking the administration and the mayor. I saw this on the news Friday morning. The mayor called me right away. I spoke with Senator Kennedy. She's been really helpful, and the city manager's office has been great too. I also found out today that Stop and Shop has already reached out to the city to schedule a time to discuss the closure and whatever the options are. So basically, residents are concerned. You have folks from Lincoln Village, Great Brook Valley. There's housing planned for Oriole Drive. A lot of these people walk to the grocery store. I understand that Aldi's is there. I go to Aldi's. It is not a full service grocery store. They don't have a seafood department. They don't have a deli. They don't have a butcher. Target also has food. It's not the same. People deserve access to healthy, fresh foods. And this is something that we really need to work on. So I understand, going forward, if Stop and Shop does leave, working with the city and economic development to find a suitable tenant for the space. And I will absolutely push for a grocery store in that space. It's not fair to the residents. So yeah, it's, we're not creating a vacuum. I wouldn't consider this a food desert, but it's definitely something concerning, and I think we really need to pay attention to it. And, thank you to the administration and my colleagues for all their support and help.
Yeah, Council Pasillo, well said, so we'll send that to the manager. Council, Merrill Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to rise and sign on to that area there. I also represent the other piece of Lincoln Street there from CBS up. And it really is going to be a hardship up there in that neighborhood for all the people who live there. And certainly do understand that we can't control sometimes what these corporations do, but I do think it's worth talking to Stop and Shop. I know there's, another community in Boston, as I shared with the manager today, they were able to stop Stop and Shop from closing. And maybe if we could do that, that would be great for the people who live in that area. What is truly concerning, Mr. Chairman, up there is the amount of closures that's happening in, between Denny's and, the pharmacy, along with one of the two of the restaurants in the plaza have closed in the last couple of years. Um, I just I'm hoping we're not seeing a pattern up there, and anything that we could do to help stop that would be great. But the grocery store is really a big deal because there are a tremendous amount of people who walk there. I was talking to Alex Corrales today, who, as we all know, is the executive director for Great Brook Valley, and it's a concern for the residents in, what we call the valley, that that grocery store won't be there any longer. And one would say, well, geez, these folks could go right down into, Shrewsbury to the, because I've heard people say that, but that's not easy access for people who are using the Stop and Shop store on Lincoln Street. So I just really want to say thank you to Councilor Pasillo for putting this on, and really want to share my thanks to you and certainly to the city manager for reaching out to the folks at Stop and Shop. So hopefully we do get some good news. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, sign on. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate this. I'd like to sign on. I do want to reiterate that, this grocery store is a literal lifeline, Mr. Chairman, for these folks in this neighborhood. It's also an opportunity to work. There's jobs, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how many jobs we're talking about in that particular grocery store, but it provides employment. It provides employment as young people enter the workforce. It provides employment for some folks who are elderly, who are maintaining their activity and trying to supplement their static budget by working. We know that inner city and city, we'll take the inner out, the city grocery stores provide economic help to the surrounding neighborhood, Mr. Chairman. You just heard referenced that there's some closings going on there in terms of the stores. The research shows that city grocery stores are also an anchor for other retail stores. It's important that we maintain this. It's a win-win. We know those are essential workers there that help lift us through the COVID period. Those are essential workers. As referenced earlier, when you think about having to have 2 or 3 jobs to maintain an apartment, those are jobs there at that grocery store that are sustaining people. We know that how folks in areas of less, I want to say this, I don't say this the wrong way, of a middle to a lower socioeconomic status, the way they purchase and the profitability in those stores are going to be different than the profitability in stores where folks have more money to spend in a Shrewsbury and places like that. And the ability to walk and the accessibility is important. I mean, we need more grocery stores, quite frankly. On my side of the city, over by Route 20, the Price Chopper looks like it's 1924 when you walk in that building. So we need this. I know that there's been some efforts for a grocery store downtown. I don't know where that's at. But if we can stop this with the leadership of the administration, Councilor Pasillo and the mayor, and this council, it'd be a big deal, Mr. Chairman, on a lot of levels. Let's do what we can to encourage economic growth and vitality on a continuing basis. And we have more people moving in. I know there's some controversy about some of the affordable opportunities that people are going to be having in that area or on Lincoln Street. But there's more people coming. There's more profitability to be had. And this is a place we should fight for, Mr. Chairman. And I would ask the administration to do exactly that. And I would also ask, by way of a motion, if it's not already referenced in here, that the manager concurrently engage in any work that he can to secure other options for this location, Mr. Chairman. We have to do what we can. Thank you.
Okay, we'll send that to the manager, reports, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. 11A, transmitting information communication relative to the November 7th, 2023 municipal election, along with information concerning strategies employed to increase voter turnout. You can file that. Roll call.
Mr. Chairman, can I go to MLO?
If you want to.
That's that's the oversight for all of those things.
Yeah, it's outdated, but Council Bergman, you want that MO? Yeah, fine. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria? Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Transmitting information communication concerning the process and costs associated with the hand recount, the Republican ballot cast at the president primary election. Held on March 5th, 2024, for the Office of Republican State Committee, Women Free, First Worcester District.
Sure.
Anybody want?
Yeah, I would just like to see what we can learn from this as we go to committee. My guess is that our clerk's department did a great job, and there may be something to learn or verify and certify in that process.
Okay, so not the MO. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Transmitting information communication detailing the traffic ordinances ordained by the City Council of the last 6 years, as well as all new items currently awaiting ordinances to be written by Department of Transportation and Mobility.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, this is a long list, and but as I flipped through it, the ones that I noticed, at least unless they're buried somewhere in the line, but we had this issue up on Vernon Street where there were signs up that were being enforced for decades. There wasn't an ordinance behind, so we had that issue there that kind of opened my eyes to some of this. But through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Raleigh, if I may, or to the manager, whoever, on this list, is there, like Hamilton Street, when Hamilton Street was redone? Is there Grafton Street, when Grafton Street was redone? All the parking spaces on those two streets that were done over. Is there the area of Chandler Street, where Worcester State College is, where we did, in recent memory, all the parking in that area was all done. These seem to be a whole lot of different things, even the one on Mill Street, the controversial one on Mill Street I don't see that on the list. So we've got this long list of one or two sections or a space here or a handicap space or rescinded handicap space, and Councilor Corio's committee and their predecessors in history here have spent a whole lot of time on these ordinances, and I appreciate the effort they've made. But I'd like either a conversation now, if you want, or I'd like it to come back with a further report just about those big streets. And when we changed all the parking, I know like on Hamilton Street, we changed the parking from some of them, we've even changed the position of them where they're going in sideways as opposed to being, parallel in sections. And we did away with some spaces, added some spaces along Grafton Street. I always thought Grafton Street was in the state, but Mr. Raleigh said earlier that that was within our purview. I know we talked about it at length, but I always thought they had the final say on that. Was that included in here? So just, I'd like that in the form of a report. It's a late hour, I don't expect to have this conversation now, where those are on this list, and if they aren't, where did they come from?
Okay, so send that to traffic and parking, we'll get a report.
I'd like it to go back to the administration, but it can go to traffic and parking too, as far as I'm concerned, but I'd like the administration to respond to my questions.
Yeah, we'll send the traffic and parking, get a report on your questions. Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 12B, motions accept and adopt on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Also on 12B, report of the Committee on Public Works, also accept on a roll call. Roll call. I hit that right? Yeah. Yep, roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, 12E and 12S, motion to accept. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, 13A to 13Z, motion to advertise proposed ordinances. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. We're gonna go 14A, motions to advertise proposed ordinance, 14A to 14X. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. 14Y, the motion to send it back to committee, traffic and parking. Roll call.
Which one's this? I'm sorry.
14Y.
14Y. Just 1 second. I lost the page before I vote. Okay, thanks.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 14Z, 15A, and 15B, motions to file. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 15C to 15H, motions to accept and to adopt. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, may I just say something?
On, okay.
The items we just voted on.
On the file? Yep. go ahead.
Yes. No, I just want to make a general statement. I just wanted to thank the Transportation and Mobility Department and my colleagues and those that attended all our meetings. This is a lot of work that we've done since January. And at one point, we had 4 meetings in the matter of 6 weeks. And so we put through a lot of items, 25 to 30 items each day. So as we see this in our agenda, it was a lot of work, and I'm grateful we got through as many items as we did. And it just seems like just when we think we've made a lot of progress, so the agenda gets bigger and bigger. So I just wanted to make that general statement. Thank you.
Thank you. So 17A, motion to adopt on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Gloria?
Yes.
Council G.A.?
Yes.
Council King? Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hida?
Yes.
Council Priscillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, before we close out, Council President asked that we will moment silence from Mary Mulaney, who served on the Worcester School Committee, who just passed away. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Very, very briefly, I just wanted to make a statement on a comment that was made earlier on March 26th, 2024. I filed an item that the city manager be and see if I request the police chief to provide the council with a report concerning any updated information that was not included in the racial equity audit report for the Worcester Police Department, including information relative to efforts that have already been enacted since the report. So continued discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have a motion to adjourn. Roll call. Council Russell, motion to adjourn? Yeah.
Was that a motion?
No.
Oh.
Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
G.A.?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yeah.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hida?
Yes.
Council Priscillo?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.